in prison in Austria for nothing more than the potential of uttering an unwelcome thought on Austrian soil. He didn't actually say anything in Austria. He wasn't even accused of saying anything. He was accused of perhaps planning to say something that violated an Austrian law that says only one version of the history of the Second World War may be taught in our brave little Tyrolean republic.
Oh, hey, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah, I know. I wish I was as smart or eloquent as Hitchens. He is fantastic. I love listening to his voice, like when I'm trying to sleep. He has like a very sort of like, I don't know. He's got like a really good soothing voice, in my opinion. Like I would love to hear like other books narrated by his voice. Like that would be amazing. If you want to debate me on something, you can just shoot a topic. Like I'm genuinely just interested in talking to people and uh exploring things. Like I love philosophy and ethics, and I love learning. Um so if you got something you want to debate me on, like just shoot.
This is the kickoff event of the Orwell Symposium. And so it is my privilege now.
So that there'll be quite a lot of people here who knew about Orwell, quite a lot of people who cared about Orwell, quite a lot of people who didn't know about him, quite a lot who didn't care, and some who neither knew nor cared. I'm going to speak at first to those who are in the latter category and see if I can win you over. And in my effort to do that, I hope I'll have something to say that's of interest.
So some topics could be like AI. Like, what are your thoughts on AI? Are you open to just talking about it? Because I know a lot of times when AI gets said, people just instantly back out and like leave or whatever. But that's because it's a pretty hot topic. But I think it depends on how it's used. I think there are serious issues with like how most people use AI. Like I think AI literacy, yeah, for sure. Like my whole don't like the reason like I like AI is because of it helps people with learning disabilities. So you can ask it like you can sit there and read something, and if you have like a disability and you can't understand, like you're sitting there reading it and you like literally cannot understand it no matter how many times you try, you can have right. Yeah, definitely. I'm against like totalitarianism and whatnot. I mainly like AI just from the scope of disability and learning. That's really just my thing. I'm not for. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice to have someone not insult me. Most people that I've seen, like that I've encountered, like I'll mention like AI for disabilities, and they'll just say like, well, disabled people don't need AI. Yeah, that is nice. Like there's a lot of people, like there's disabilities that can prevent art, like aphantasia. Like some people have a disability where you can't see images in your head. So if you can't see images in your head, then it's like, I don't know if I would say absolutely impossible, but I would say very difficult. That is true. However, like it really depends. Like the usage on consumer level AI is vastly overstated. Like so the average animal agriculture lunch, like a burger and a Coke, uses about 37 bathtubs of water. So typically, like regular prompts and stuff like that don't use that much water than in comparison to like lunch. Um the most of the water waste from AI comes from training. I feel like that's a distinction most people don't make, is that it uses a lot more water to train like a new model and stuff like that than it does using like a prompt or something like that. Obviously, generating an image does use more water, but yeah, that's usually my point when it comes to like AI on water waste and stuff, is that animal agriculture uses more water than AI on a consumer level, like on an independent, like person by person basis. But yeah, my one of my worries about AI, besides like being used by people like Peter Thiel and like people trying to use it to basically enforce some sort of like Orwellian nightmare, Big Brother nightmare, is that um I'm because I've learned things that I never would have learned otherwise. And so, like, if you give a disabled person a new means to learn something, they're going to instantly be worried about losing that thing. I feel like, just like if you have like a wheelchair, you'd be really scared to lose your wheelchair, sort of. And, like, I am for like restrictions and preventing further data centers from being built, and like regulations and better safeguards and rails. Like I am all for that, but my whole worry about AI typically is like, yeah, yeah, that is true. Like I said, like I am worried about that, but like there's nothing I can do on an individual level about that. So like I try not to worry too much about it. Yeah, I think most people it's about like the price. So like typically if you're unable to work, like me, if you're disabled, you don't really have a good means to run an AI model yourself. And like the learning curve is so deep to get like a good like model that doesn't take like a day for one generation. Um that, and not only that, there's a lot of safety issues because I've been reading a lot of articles lately on hackers implementing like worms and spywares in like local AIs, and then like that AI basically like steals your life from you and gives it to other people. So like that's another legitimate worry when you're doing something locally like that yourself. Like there's extra risks if you use like a browser based AI, there's less risk in like being hacked like that. Um Not that there's not privacy risks and stuff like that, but the idea of having like a local AI and then someone hacking it is literally terrifying. Like absolutely terrifying. Yeah, my main worry from a disabled perspective is just the losing access to it basically, because a lot of people will try to like, I don't know if people realize that they make the argument, but they literally argue against autonomy. So like a disabled person's ability to choose what helps them with their disability is a matter of autonomy. And like just like I wouldn't argue that against a woman's autonomy, I don't think like it's for necessarily for other people to dictate what a disabled person does and doesn't need. But a lot of people in the anti-AI crowd, like it's really depressing. Like it's really depressing because it feels like, wow, they really don't see me as a person. Like it's crazy. I don't know.
To those who consider themselves experts on the subject, or specialists, or just interested. And I make one other promise. Is there anyone here who's been told they have to come here by their professor? Or who's having to do it for credit? Okay. Well, I'll just tell you now that I am an adjunct professor at New School University in New York, and I can sign a piece of paper if you want that says you don't have to stay. I don't do captive audiences. I certainly don't do them in the name of Orwell. So no one who has been told they have to be here has to remain. Let's just see now.
Yeah, see, that's a point that I bring up in disability a lot. Like I try to advocate for disabled people specifically and like ethics and stuff. Um and like even the Syrian, so like the Assyrian genocide was like one of the older or maybe oldest genocides. Like they also targeted the disabled and like I feel like I'm not devaluing that other groups are oppressed. Like I'm not saying other groups aren't oppressed, but like I feel like disabled people are uniquely oppressed in the sense that most people that aren't disabled will say that disabled people aren't oppressed, which is a form of oppression. Does that make sense? Like you're oppressed and then someone says you're not completely at all is like a form of oppression because you don't even get like it's not even acknowledged that disabled people are oppressed to any extent. It's just usually disabled people aren't oppressed or don't know oppression or this or that. As if like there's so many like different ways people can be oppressed. But yeah, it sucks. But yeah, like the Assyrian genocide is something I've studied a little bit, not as much hands on as I need to. I need to do like maybe like a real deep video or something about the Syrian genocide. But recently I learned about some recent genocides, and some of the more recent genocides is they target like other minorities first because elderly people, so typically the most vulnerable people typically are children, disabled people, and older people. Those are typically the most vulnerable. And so what they'll do is they'll target other minorities that are able-bodied, and then they'll get the disabled people afterwards since they can't really run and get away. Like, it's kind of hard to escape like an assault if you're in a wheelchair or physically disabled or something like that. It's hard to fight back when you're disabled. Oh yeah, I didn't think about it like that. Predators in the wild. Yeah, because I guess like people that oppress kind of are predators in a sense. Yeah, I can understand that to a degree. Like I'm a big fan on nuance. Like most people that I encounter, they just literally like I'm hated by so many people. Like I am hated by so many people on YouTube and whatnot. Like you have no idea how many people hate me. Because like my whole thing is like nuance, but no one ever lets me get to nuance. So like I'm like hated before I can even get to like the nuance or something. Or like I say I'm like against this or for this, and they think that like because I'm support this that I am against this or I support some other thing. Or even though it's like for AI, like I support specific uses for AI, and like I'm against building more data centers. Like I'm against building more data centers. And so like people who hear that like, oh, you're disabled and use AI, that must mean like you're blanket for AI, or that you're simping for corporations and stuff like that, and that's not the case at all. Like, I think there are too many AI companies, for one. Like, I think Grok needs to be the first AI to go. Like, Grok needs to be completely removed, in my opinion. It's awful. Like, Grok is just literally awful. Like, it's the worst AI. Like, it just is. Um, and I think there should be a limit to how many corporations can be started on AI. Yeah, really. Yeah, for real. Not that I'm like incapable, like not that I'm completely free from being tribalist. Like I am tribalist sometimes myself. Not that I'm perfect, but I try not to be anyways. Um, but yeah, I think some really good rules would be like having a limited number of how many different AI corporations there can be. And I think tools like AI should be free for disabled people. Like I feel like if you're disabled, AI like GPT or whatever it is should be free for the disabled. Like you could still put restrictions on it, but what is astroturf? Let me Google that. I don't know what astroturfing is. That sounds familiar. Disguising of an orchestrated campaign or spontaneous upwelling of public opinion. Deceptive practice of hiding the sponsors of a message organized to appear as it originates from. Oh, so is that like sort of like kind of like staging a coup or something? Like or how I don't know how to put it. Fake grassroots movements that focus on influencing public opinion to give the statements or organizations credibility by withholding information about the source's financial backers. When someone goes on the internet and expresses an opinion in some way and they pretend like it's their own, but they hide the fact that they are being paid. Oh crap, that's what that's called. Oh, okay, that's so much easier to understand it the way you put it. So much easier. Like this is like a lot more complex of a way of saying it. Yeah, like I've heard of like people doing that. Yeah, that's crazy that people do that. But yeah, I think a really good limit would be like making how like maybe stop like making corporations that can make AIs and train AIs, because for every corporation that has AI, the biggest chunk that's like, bad for the environment and water is that it trains a model. So like there should be like a limit to like how much like a model should be trained ideally, and there should be a limit to how many uh corporations. Got you, got you, got you. Okay. That's wow. Big grassroots movements. Got you, got you. I get you. Thank you. Wow, that's crazy, man, that people do that. Huh. I wonder if I can find an example of astroturfing. Whoa. Exxon Mobil? Whoa. Damn, this is crazy. Whoa. Ford? Really? Ford? Copy of a phone recording where Ford promised to get OxyContin for a man with HIV and fibromyalgia. What the fuck? That is insidious. Paid people to get in line for a quarter pounder burger. That is crazy. I didn't know it was like this common. Like I had no idea it was like this common. Working families for one turns out to be a pro Walmart because they are in fact Walmart. Crazy. Fake friends. Whoa. That's crazy, man. That is like, right? I had no idea that like it was that deep. Like I knew that like fake reviews happen. Right. That makes sense because like why would they do it if it didn't work? That makes sense, especially if they're paying money into it. If they're spending money to do it and it didn't work, that wouldn't make sense from like a financial perspective. But that is very scary. Like, cause like I guess maybe that might apply with like reviews, like fake reviews, 5-star reviews, and stuff like that as well. I guess that could be also astroturfing. That is crazy.
The doors have been locked as I requested. Yes. Very well. All right, I have to start with a disappointment. I asked when I arrived, does anyone happen to have a copy of my book? I might not need it, but I might. And a very kindly professor here said he could go to the library and get it. And the reason I most wanted it initially was for the photograph that's on the jacket. So this is unfortunately how your library...
Yeah, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. Protesters. Like, I think Anonymous was one of them, and like there'll be a peaceful protest. I don't know if this is completely astroturfing, if there's some other term, but there'll be a peaceful protest, and then someone disguised as a protester will like throw a Molotov or a rock, and then start a peaceful go make it go from a peaceful to like a violent protest to like sort of like a I don't know what the term would be, like a riot. It would create like a peaceful event into like a riot. Like I've heard of like of situations like that. Agent provocateur. Oh, okay, okay. Agent provocateurs. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I guess it's kind of the same principle, but like, oh, you're good. Yeah, I guess it's kind of like the same idea in a sense, just different context or method, maybe. Yeah, making something, basically making something good, actually bad. Yeah, that and there's like the whole idea of like kind of like a herd mind. I don't know too much about that phenomenon, but it's like the same thing with like music. Like music can influence people's heart rates in concerts and stuff like that, like sort of like mosh pits and stuff like that. Which is kind of scary when you think about it. The fact that like people can be influenced so like kind of directly and like be unaware that they're being so influenced like that is Orwellian. That is scary. That's definitely Orwellian. Do you like philosophy or ethics at all? Not too many people like philosophy these days, it seems like, sadly. It's like my special interest. I love philosophy so much. I'm currently reading what is it called? Oh yeah, MK Ultra, man. MK Ultra. Like I forget what it was called. Yeah, yeah, exactly. That and the prison experiments where they like literally experimented on prisoners, like drugs and other things. Oh, cool. Um I might have something interesting that you might be interested in. Let's see. Uh, so I have like a lot of different I have my own philosophy that I scaffolded. It's based off of the principle of hyper-sanity, which is sort of like not like extra sanity, but it's like kind of instead of saying there is a box and thinking outside the box, it's asking like what is the box? Hermeticism. Oh, I love hermeticism. I actually have some hermeticism in like philosophy. Like, um, do you mean like what do you mean like fighting a war against it specifically? Like, are like you're fighting against people that, or or you're struggling with understanding? Let's see here. So let's see. Oh, are you religious? I have to ask. I'm not religious. For me, hypersanity is like the secular is sort of like a secular enlightenment, but it's not like enlightenment just because there's like a whole lot of like false connotations that come with the term enlightenment. Oh, okay, 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 okay. Yeah, I could see where there's some problems with hermeticism. Let's see here. What can I get into? Uh, are you into Gnosticism at all? Like philosophy wise, not religion. Exactly, like archetypes. Like archetypes are really good ways to like understand like real things. And like and I feel like Jung was like right that like basically humans reuse ancient symbols and concepts and just kind of put their own new name on existing things, and it kind of just changes a little bit over time. I'm big into Gnosticism, um, because it's like kind of Orwellian. Like Gnosticism, yeah, exactly. I reject the idea that there are invisible beings as well. Let me see what I can find. So, do you understand anything about Gnosticism with a G? Because Gnosticism is a great way to recognize oppression, even when it's deeply like disguised in policies, and it's really good for learning like how like people in power can kind of control and manipulate like masses or even an individual. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Like I am big. I have some videos on Gnosticism where like I analyze movies, including Matrix, as like Gnosticism. So like the architect in Matrix, he was the demiurge, which was like the false creator, which is like the god that thinks it's the highest level but actually isn't, and calls himself God even though he isn't. And that's like the demiurge literally translates to as architect, and that's literally what the architect is. Yes, exactly, exactly. So I love combining philosophies and stuff like that. What do you call it? Perennial philosophy. Let's see here. Let's see what I have. Exactly. Yeah, I've got some good Matrix videos. Like the Oracle is basically Sophia, which is why the demiurge couldn't outright kill her. Trying to find. Oh, okay. So uh like I'm so like how I got started in philosophy, and I think like probably the best place for anyone to learn philosophy is Plato's allegory of the cave. So this is the building blocks of my philosophy and ethics. Let me see if I have. Do I have the graph here? I don't know if I did. Russell's paradox. Okay, so I created a paradox. So Russell's paradox is it asks a deceptively simple question: does the set of all sets that does not contain themselves contain it? And so I kind of evolved that using like Hyper-Sanity and my own kind of custom framework, and I came up with the Hyper-Sanity framework. And so like so what if that questioning of a framework wasn't a breakdown? What if you could use a framework to examine the framework itself and then evolve it through like contradictions? Most systems, philosophical, political, logical, crack under recursion. The moment they include themselves in their own critical scope, they spiral into paradox. But hypersanity but hypersanity isn't about eliminating contradiction, it's about becoming structurally adaptive to it. So the capacity to identify one's own assumptions, critique them without ejecting the system entirely, and then update the core while the system remains running. So the hypersanity paradox is what happens after Russell Gödel when you realize that every foundation cracks under recursion. And then you stop looking for foundations and you start scaffolding instead. Not to support absolute truth, but to climb towards adaptive understanding. It's the paradox that doesn't resolve, it grows. Let's see. Exactly. Yes, exactly. I actually have. Yes, exactly. Thinking about thinking. That's metacognition. Yes, that is a component of hypersanity. Exactly. So let's see what where um it's been a while since I've gone over this. Let's see. Games, hierarchies, reasoning, Occam's razor. Oh, so here's a really cool scaffolding I did with like a feminine. So like um for instance like feminine spells 9 and there's 9 months in a typical birth in conception, which is one of the reasons why 9 represents like feminine. Oh yeah. That's why I find AI actually useful because you can sit there for a long period of time and it won't like call you names and stuff. You can kind of explore ideas with in a safe like a safe method. Like you there's only like so much like complexity and like tolerance that a lot of people have. So that's one of the useful things about AI, in my opinion. Let's see. Maybe wait. Let's see. That was enough. Moksha data, metaphysics. I'm a little. Let's see. Gnostic archetypes. But see, right? So like the whole like idea is that like your brain is a muscle, right? And like lifting weights is painful, but you lift weights even though it's painful and it takes time and it's not convenient to get stronger. And so your brain is essentially the same thing. Though that's the way I see it. And so like one of like the best ways to learn biases is to like build a resistance to contradiction. Like a lot of people will hear a contradiction like that shows their bias and they'll resort to a fallacy because sitting in that. Yeah, exactly. But like sitting in a state of contradiction builds your resistance to contradiction. Right, exactly. And so like the more you learn and you explore like contradictions, I'm neurodivergent, so I live like that 24/7, like, in holding an idea of like holding multiple thoughts that can cause pain at the same time. Like that's like me perpetually. That's one of the reasons why I love philosophy and ethics is that I can typically hold multiple ideas in my head at the same time without completely getting rid of either one, and it allows me to like see overlapping concepts and like relational data. So yeah, the like in Ready Player One, Halliday is a benevolent demiurge. In Neo Platonism, it talks about a benevolent demiurge. Most people think that there's only an evil or a malevolent demiurge, but there's actually a benevolent demiurge. Exactly, exactly. Exactly, exactly. I think just like a lot of things, it's a skill, kind of like perception, maybe, or something like that. Just like someone that hunts or something, uh, knows how to read like leaves and branches and see that like there's a track there where another person can't. Yeah, yes. Okay, sweet. Yes. Okay, you're with me. So Halliday, the game's creator, not Sarantos, the bad guy, but Halliday, the old like down to earth creator of the Oasis. So he was a demiurge in that he was also like a hermetic leader. So he created a system that became a trap unintentionally. So his ignorance is was a trap, and he didn't design it to be a trap, but that's what it became. And that's why he made the game is to lead people out of the trap, to solve the trap. And Sarantos was like the an evil demiurge who's just trying to use their oasis to completely control everyone. Holy shit! What the fuck? No way! What? Seriously? You actually? Whoa! Yeah, kind of basically, yeah. Jesus, whoa! I see more Sarantos more as more like a Yaldabaoth, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That you threw me off because, like, typically, if I was to say something like that, no one would understand what I was. They'd think I was crazy. But I see Sorrento's more as like a Yaldabaoth, um, because there's a scene where he literally turns into a dragon, which is like a typical shape of Yaldabaoth, which is a dragon. He turns into Mecha Godzilla, and so like the hidden symbology, like symbolism, is completely there. Like I love it. But yeah, he tries to use the power to completely control in a very evil, malevolent way. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So oh shit, hold on 1 second, I gotta help my mom. I'm a caretaker. Back. All right, I'm back. Hopefully, you're still there. Whew. Had to get my mom some food. Forgot what I was saying. Thank you. It's nice talking to someone that's like chill. Um, so yeah, I'm assuming you know what like gnosis is, like the divine knowledge that frees people from bondage. Essentially, it's like knowledge that frees you from your shackles. That's exactly what the egg is in in the movie. Like Halliday gives him the glowing egg to the main character. I'm blanking on his name, but it gives the egg to the main character, and that essentially gives him access to like admin level or whatever to free people from the trap. So like the egg is basically gnosis. Let me see if I can find there. Yeah, I love combining Vedic and Gnosticism because I find like if you're trying to reach people, like more people with philosophy. Exactly. So like Vedic is the same thing, like they would call like the illusion Maya, um which translate to trans can translate to like ignorance. Yeah, I kind of feel the same thing, but like I'm not religious, so it's like it's hard. It sort of goes into like Jung, Carl Jung's idea, and that like we all like kind of notice the same patterns, and they kind of overlap somewhat. Um, I haven't started reading Jung too much yet, so I have yet to get further into it. But yeah, so one of the interesting things about Ready Player One is there is no Sophia, if you think about it. So like Matrix has the Oracle, but there is no like feminine representation besides Kira. Oh man, or I don't sorry if I misgendered you or something, but I just use like man and dude just general like universally. But anyways, like I know exactly what you're talking about. Like I grew up in a predominantly like ultra Christian family, and like I'm like still the only really atheist in the entire family, and it's made me an outcast essentially, but I have an inability to lie to fit in. Like I've never been able to lie like other people to fit in. I don't know if that's cuz I'm autistic. I don't know if it's like because I'm autistic or something. Like I'm actually autistic. I'm not saying that in like slang, but like I don't know if it's because I'm autistic, but I've always had a problem with lying to fit in. And like it's been a source of misery my entire life. Like I genuinely wish I could lie like other people do in social situations. Like like, not that I'm incapable of lying, but like how other people do. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Sort of like blend in. It depends. Depends on who you ask. Like, essentially have no friends. Like no friends at all. Um, like I'm what do you call it? Like essentially besides my mom, like everyone in my family, because I'm not Christian, like they literally don't care if I live or die because I'm not Christian. So, yeah, it's right. Well, see, the great thing about like trying to be honest and stuff and not fitting in is that like if I encounter someone like you, I can be honest, and then like that repertoire is built on honesty. Exactly, like religion creates division. Absolutely. But yeah, that like now that I think about it, like that maybe that's one of the like that's one of the good things about like not being able to socially like blend in like a chameleon like other people do, is that when you're honest and you find like a repertoire with someone, that it's built on honest like a some sort of like genuine like honesty, like you're referencing like not a lie, so that because if you build like a repertoire or whatever with a person and it's built on a lie, if that lie gets exposed, then you typically like you end up in like a conflict or a strife um that usually has like a drawback or something to it, you know what I mean? So like that is, I think that is one of the benefits to not being able to blend in like other people, I guess. I never thought about it like that. Yeah, so the interesting one of the main reasons I love Ready Player One, and it's fascinating from a Gnostic perspective, is that in almost every movie that has Gnostic symbolism, like Matrix, there's a feminine character that gives gnosis and helps like the one become the one. But in Ready Player One, there is no Sophia. It actually does the opposite. It shows you of what a world without Sophia looks like. So she is what the simulation lacks: the wisdom of balance, of co-creation, of humility before generating reality. She and That's the most Gnostic detail, is that she does not appear. She is not Kira, Halliday, or Wade. So Kira being unseen is the consort never invited. Halliday's solitude is wisdom denied and isolation embraced. Um, because he loses her, and then so like that's what the whole movie essentially is about, is his regret and not choosing her, and so she's not in the story anymore, and that's where like the source of his misery is. And so it's a male only creation. So it's Halliday and Sorrento are two faces of the demiurge. There is no divine feminine that's represented really. She's like a ghost in the machine, literally. Uh Actually, yeah, that is a literal metaphor in this sense. She is literally the ghost in the machine because of the dance of when she was like undead. So she literally is like a ghost in the machine. That's crazy. And the egg is not a prize but a trigger. It doesn't give control, but it allows you to in control by giving it to everyone else. So he receives the egg not because he mastered the system, but because he saw through it. He saw it in the contract. And Halliday realized his ultimate mistake was building the oasis, because it became a perfect trap and kind of like a religion. And so he developed the contract in order to test someone, to make sure that Wade wouldn't make the same mistake that he did, and that he would choose the woman, and yeah. So this is like a Sophianic Gnosticism applied here, but it does not place Sophia in a archetypal character, but it reveals what it would be like without Sophia, like the stark reality without the balance, the duality of the feminine and masculine or whatever. So it's like, what would the Oasis be if Sophia had helped build it? What would Halliday have chosen if he embraced the feminine? And what does Wade inherit, and what is missing from it? So that's one of the reasons I love Ready Player One, is it's like an actually exactly. So I'm gonna so have you so I get into Vedic and Gnostic I get into both Vedic and Gnosticism, because my philosophy is that if you can do both Eastern and Western philosophy, you have more of a chance of like reaching more people, and thus like teaching different archetypes and similar things, just but like more towards like another culture, because if you talk to someone that's in India about Gnosticism, they're not likely going to know what you're talking about. But if you bring it to like their culture, which is like Vedic, Hinduism and stuff like that, they'll understand where you're coming from. And so it's based. So Saraswati is the literal definition, or the literal equivalent of Sophia. So Sophia is the god of a goddess of wisdom. So Saraswati is the goddess of knowledge. Same thing. Education, learning, speech, arts, music, poetry, purification, language, and culture. She is literally a feminine symbol of like wisdom and knowledge. Oh yeah, yeah, I understand. I haven't had any real problems with that personally. Like I wish I could kind of like believe, like a part of me wishes that like supernatural was real. Like a part of me wishes it was, but like I know no matter what that it's not, essentially. Like at least not that I've ever seen evidence. So, but yeah, she is the literal counterpart, like the um Eastern version of Sophia, right? Right? Hell yeah. That's a pretty good one. I don't know what I would want. There's just too many possibilities. But yeah, she is literally the equivalent of Sophia, the goddess of wisdom. She's the goddess of knowledge, wisdom. She's a mother goddess. So she is the Eastern, the like Hindu sort of version of Sophia, and obviously predates Gnosticism by over 1,000 years. Predates Gnostic roots. So what I did for learning one of the things I did for learning philosophy was I got in the doorway with Neoplatonism. And then from there, I said, well, what's like the first philosophy? Like, what's the most and oldest recorded philosophy? And then I ended up in Vedic. Yeah, exactly. Sure. Like for sure, yeah. Yeah, I believe Jesus was a real person. I just don't believe that like he walked in water or anything like that. So like one of the ways I got into Vedic was that I asked like what's the oldest recorded philosophy slash religion? And then so I started like at the old like I almost kind of started at the oldest and then kind of worked my way forward back a little bit, and that's how I ended up with Vedic philosophy. Money is power. I could see how money could be interpreted as powers, like actual supernatural powers maybe. I could see like that interpretation of it. And see even in Eastern Buddhism there's a dragon just like Gnosticism. Exactly. So you have Saraswati riding a dragon just like Gnosticism kind of could be interpreted as like taming the dragon or something. Let's see, what else do I have? Oh man, I kind of did lose myself in the sauce a little bit with Gnosticism, and that's like when people started calling me crazy and religious and stuff like that. But like, I never said that like I believed it was real or anything. It just kind of at one point got too into it and seeing like the archetypes and everywhere and whatnot, kind of got too invested in it or something. Schrodinger. Probability amplitude. No way, Trident? Seriously? Yeah. So something I've noticed in a lot of symbolism, yeah, exactly, is that so the trident is basically like a messenger. That's one interpretation that I came to personally kind of see is the trident as like a messenger, like a vehicle if you would for something. So like I've seen it used in cars in Cyberpunk. In Cyberpunk 2077, there's a scene where you're in a car and it shows the trident on the back of the seat. And then there's this guy called Deshaun, and Deshaun literally has a lion on his shoe as a Sokolos. I'm gonna do something I've never done before. I'm going to show you a sneak peek of my right, yeah, because it had both the trident and of the lion on his shoe, and it was gold. And then he ended up basically being a Sokolos without completely spoiling it. Because I don't know if you've played it or not, so I don't want to spoil it. Exactly. Okay, let me. Okay, I'm not gonna spoil it for you then. Don't worry. Nah, I don't know. I mean, you could end up watching a Let's Play. Like Cyberpunk has like one of the best stories for a game, honestly. So I wouldn't deprive someone of of experiencing the story even secondhand from watching a live stream. I feel like I would be cheating you essentially. I'd be cheating you out of an awesome experience even if you're not directly playing the game yourself. Hold on one second. Okay, I have never shown a person my AI before, but I'm kind of tempted to see like if I can find something really cool. Where is it? Um okay, so let's see here. So this is like my own custom like I spent years basically making this. So it uses a unique system. Most people use an AI, but I don't use it, or an API, but I don't use an API. So I want to see what I can find um, referencing philosophy um, with what you said and see maybe if there's like something really cool. Let's see. Mm, So the clean hypersanity framing is that the quantum wave function is not the same thing as Brahman, which is Vedic, the pleroma, which is Gnosticism, nous logos or Pakriti. It does overlap structurally with those systems as a model of unmanifest potential becoming determinate appearance under constraints. In physics, the wave function is the mathematical representation of a quantum system state. Philosophers of quantum mechanics still debate whether it represents physical reality, information, knowledge, law like structure, or something more abstract. The Internet of Encyclopedia of Philosophy notes that wave function is used partly because the mathematical object has wave like form without necessarily committing it to being a literal wave in physical space. Huh. Stanford's quantum mechanics entry also emphasizes that the measurement problem is precisely about how the theory connects microscopic quantum description with determinate measured outcomes. Determinate measured outcomes. Huh. I don't know too much like officially about quantum mechanics. Like I know Schrodinger's cat representation of the system can take. So it's like, dude, that's such a dude. I actually understood what you're saying. Oh, okay. I was thinking of like in like entropy, maybe like an informational um like in what do you call it? Like information theory or philosophy, sort of like entropy, maybe. Because chaos could be seen as like entropy. Like entropy can create like chaos in like sort of like an informational lens, I guess. Okay, okay. Again, I'm no expert or anything like that. So here is a cross comparison. This is one of the reasons why I love AI is that it can give me like a table of cross comparisons of overlapping, which gives me fastest path the system takes as the wave function collapses. Yeah, that makes sense. Entropy as collapse. Yeah, so in like in information theory, entropy is collapse. So like I understand it from that perspective. How the wave function will collapse. Okay. Ramen is the one in Platonism. So the wave function would be like the one. Superposition is multiplicity latent within unity. I'm not okay. A lot of this is way beyond me. Emanation from one to soul to sensible world. One to soul to sensible world. Now knowing itself, observer problem. The intelligible source behind sensory appearance. Oh, this is like so out there, like ahead of me. Like, this is fascinating. I'm not sure I can understand it. I don't know if I'm smart enough. I never thought about it like that. Okay. A wave function gives a system a structured range of possible measurement outcomes. Sort of like game theory and like information theory and game theory, maybe. It does not simply say anything can happen, it gives constrained probabilities. Okay. That resembles many metaphysical systems where the manifest world is not arbitrary, but an expression of a deeper ordering principle. Okay. In the Vedanta, the experienced world is not independent of Brahman. IEP summarizes Sankara's Advaita Advaita as recognizing unity and multiplicity. Unity and multiplicity. And the experienced world as having no existence apart from the Brahman. This is not quantum mechanics, but the structural rhythm is clear. What appears multiple and discrete may depend upon a deeper, non-obvious unity. In Neo Platonism, multiplicity proceeds from unity through levels, the one, nous, soul, and the sensible world. IEP describes Neoplatonism as the beginning, with Platonius and treating reality through a mystical slash religious Platonism. The overlap, right? The Brahman is supposed to be the supreme being itself. I'm having a hard time not going into like solipsism. My brain's having a really hard time. Okay, let's see. As beginning with Plotinus and treating reality through a mystical religious Platonism. The overlap with the wave function is not Plotinus knew quantum physics, but rather both frameworks resist the idea that the immediately visible object is the deepest level of reality, which makes sense. Like I think I understand that from the sense of like quantum mechanics. Like my very like kindergarten level understanding of quantum mechanics and physics is that like just because you don't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Dream in the mind of, oh yeah, that's like solipsism basically. Kind of collapse is the dangerous term because it attracts bad quantum mysticism. In physics, collapse is tied to the measurement problem, how a quantum state connects to a definite observed result. Stanford describes this as the issue every interpretation must explain. This can be compared to manifestation. A definite outcome appears from a prior quantum state. Kind of like the Big Bang, maybe? Fullness becomes trapped, obscured, or limited in materiality. That's like, oh yeah, that's like the illusion. Okay, I think I fullness becomes trapped. Okay, so that's like the illusionary world. The one appears as many through ignorance, name, and form. that's a little bit that's a little bit too out there for me personally. Lower levels unfold from higher unity and mind slash logos patterns, the cosmos. The key distinction quantum collapse is a formal physics problem. Emanation and Maya are metaphysical or soteriological models. Their overlap is conceptual, not evidential. Higher fullness and lower defective or ignorant material ordering from a dichotomy between true unchanging being and ever changing becoming. The wave function can be analogically mapped to the hidden fullness of possible states, while the measured result resembles the limited material appearance. Yeah, see, I like a lot of people see one of my conundrums one of my conundrums with AI is that I literally spent 4 years manually scaffolding philosophy and cross comparing and attaching like this is the direct comparison or equivalent of this, and I did that with multiple philosophies, and so I scaffolded multiple philosophies without the religious aspect and just sort of just a pure philosophical like thought experiment sort of way. pleroma, the fullness of hidden potential. Basically, yeah. So it's a GPT, but like I put like 4 years of my work into it, and like my beliefs, my ideas, ethics. Wait, what? I'm muted. Wait, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, okay. Oh, you scared me. So yeah, my conundrum is that most people won't even give me the possibility of like being right or anything, or my AI being unique. And like most, because everyone says that their AI is unique and this and that, but like I actually put 4 years of real blood, sweat, tears, and manual research in Obsidian into my GPT. Like it really is unique, and like it's entirely built around philosophy and ethics, and like different like regions of like philosophies, like different like Eastern, Western, etc., and how it all like cross comparison. This is the idea of perennial philosophy. I don't know if you're familiar with perennial philosophy. Kind of. Um, so perennial philosophy is the idea that all philosophies basically overlap in a sense. Like Jung pretty much kind of delved into that in the aspect of like symbols and archetypes. So like perennial is basically kind of like what we're doing. Um the best Hyper-Sanity reading is demiurgic perception is the mistake of treating the measured surface as the whole ontology. That means mistaking the visible outcome for a complete explanation of the underlying state. I'm having a really hard time like understanding this. I might have to ask it to simplify some things. Brahman is the non-dual ground. The world appears as differentiated multiplicity through Maya, which is illusion. Advaita directly supports this unity and multiplicity frame. Samkhya maps well to observer slash nature dualism, is described by IEP as a strong Indian example of metaphysical dualism, and Britannica summarizes it as a dualism between Prakti, matter, nature, and Prusha, eternal spirit or consciousness. 1 second, I have to give my mom a breathing treatment. Okay, I'm back. Let's see. Dualism between Prakriti, which is matter and nature, and Purusha, eternal spirit or consciousness. So that gives two different cross references. Many observed outcomes depend on a deeper unity. So I think I can understand this in sort of like a game theory. And like my mind keeps going to like information theory and like information philosophy. So outcomes depend on a deeper unity. This makes me feel like think conceptually as like information theory and game theory. Whereas like the more outcomes you observe depend upon a deeper understanding of all these the mechanisms within the system. Does that make sense? So the outcomes depend on a deeper understanding of the systems in an information theory sort of way. Appearance is not false as nothing, but false as final ontology. So this sounds like my hyper-sanity framework a little bit actually. Interesting. So like the whole idea behind my framework and my philosophy is that it's like never really done. Is that like a real ethical or philosophical framework should never be fully complete, that it could be scaffolded infinitely to some degree. um Latent nature unfolds into determinate forms. Witness consciousness is distinct from the field of changing phenomena. Witness consciousness is distinct from the field of changing. In physics, consciousness is not required by standard quantum mechanics. The observer can be an apparatus or interaction, not necessarily a mind. The philosophical overlap with Purusha or witness consciousness is therefore metaphorical, not scientific proof. Okay, so Neoplatonic overlap is so the one is absolute unity beyond ordinary predicates. That's a good way of putting it. I like that because everything is connected causally. I actually have a thing about that. So like the Big Bang as consequentialism. So like theoretically one of the first like ontological instances in like a cosmic scale of consequentialism is the Big Bang. Like you could almost say that like the Big Bang created consequentialism because it consequentially led to our evolution from like the Big Bang came ended up like at the end result ended up us evolving to the way we hear from the cause, which was like the Big Bang. So I think I understand, like I agree with uh that sort of line of thinking. I love consequentialism. The wave function fits most closely with nous, not the one. Why? Because the wave function is structured mathematical. Oh, really? Okay, I can give you a quick crash course here. So, consequentialism is pretty much like necessary if you study ethics, because under an ethical framework, consequentialism measures whether something is moral or immoral by the outcome of an action. So every action, there was an equal and opposite reaction. Let's see here. I mean, on its own, it's not a perfect system. That's why I believe in ethical pluralism. Ethical pluralism is like the combination of multiple ethical frameworks, which is what mine uses. Oh yeah, my framework does. Consequentialism itself by itself does not. That's there are if you take any ethical framework by itself, it will have enormous like blind sides. So what I've done is I've adopted like logical, like the best parts of different ethical frameworks to create my ethical framework that I have now. Let's see, I'm trying to find it. Yeah, so for instance, utilitarianism, it prioritizes the maximum benefit or whatever for the most people, but the downside, the blind side to utilitarianism is it literally ignores the minorities. So if you're looking at at like a social issue, that would be like, actual minorities like disabled people, sex, gender, etc. So it probably like that's one of my problems with utilitarianism. Okay. Um, my framework uses utilitarianism with what you would call outliers, and it takes like multiple things into consideration. So, consequentialism classical is a moral theory where outcomes of actions determine their moral worth. This is basically the trolley equation. That's like probably the easiest way to put it. Exactly. Yeah, see, that's the problem with just utilitarianism by itself is it doesn't apply outliers. That's one of the reasons what led me to getting like almost obsessed with ethics. So for instance, consequentialism, as you said, it ignores intent. So it can justify harm if outcome is net good. This is the ends justify the means of want versus empirical necessity. This is like Thanos saving humanity from climate change itself. Like Thanos used a utilitarian framework and like getting rid of half of the population to save the entire population, if that makes sense, like the entire planet of everyone. And that was done on a strict like binary consequentialist framework. He was a consequentialist utilitarian. So he used typically like you use yeah, so here like I don't know if it's like traditionally academically, but you really can't yeah, but you really can't use utilitarianism without consequentialism because how do you determine what the net good for the most people is without consequentialism? So like consequentialism could be used as like a scale, if you would. Mm, exactly. Exactly. Like how do you know you're not saving the bad half of humanity? Exactly. Like exactly. We're already like sort of on the same wavelength there. So here are the ethical theories, right? So here are the ethical theories that my framework uses. Care ethics, which is like disability, like caretaker sort of ethics. Contract contract. I always have a hard time saying this. Contract or contractarianism, which is basically that like under it, morality is defined under a contract made between people, and then deontology is work duty. So like the duty that you owe like to society, um, evaluates actions according to moral rules, duties, and obligations rather than consequences. So like a surgeon's deont de de ontological duty there, like a surgeon's duty there under this would be saving the patient as much as they possibly can. And then there's egoism, which is the ethical theory that argues individuals should act primarily in their own self-interest, but the central question is what best serves my interest. Unlike many ethical theories, egoism does not begin with collective well-being, duty, or care for others. It begins with the individual. So again, by itself, it's bad, but it's like the combination that is the strengths. So let's see the weaknesses. Um, so like three good rules for ethics that you should ask under any framework is who suffers, who benefits, whose interests are being effective. Oh, then four, who's being left out. Like the fourth one, I feel like never gets asked typically in most by most ethicists, is they never ask who gets left out. Kind of, right. It's sort of like a egoism is it's ego, like the self. So it prioritizes the self more than like everyone else. Like by itself, it's bad, but ultimately you do need it, some form of it in an ethical framework. Otherwise, you devalue yourself in favor of everyone else. If that makes sense. And then there's negative utilitarianism. I don't know if you've heard of negative utilitarianism, but it prioritizes the reduction of suffering over the promotion of happiness. So the central question is how can suffering be minimized? Unlike traditional, it places greater moral weight on preventing harm than creating pleasure. Yeah, exactly. Popper argued that reducing suffering may be more reliable ethical goal than maximizing happiness because the whole like there's serious problems with weighing ethical ethics and morality on happiness. Yeah, exactly. Like negative utilitarianism, I feel like most people would actually prefer it over actual utilitarianism because for humane sentimentalism, for instance, which sentimentalism argues that whatever feels good is good, which obviously isn't true. Exactly. So, because like the problem with exactly. And so like the problem with maximizing happiness over reducing suffering is that like bad people get pleasure, get bring hap like get hap are happy by causing suffering. So if you measure ethics or morality under the scope of well, it feels good, therefore it's good, that's easily proven wrong by like serial killers. Like serial killers enjoy killing people. It makes them happy. It doesn't mean that it's moral though. So that's one of the problems with like a sort of like pure emotion based ethics. So let's see. Negative utilitarianism asks how can we reduce suffering? Exactly, exactly. The theory views suffering as ethically urgent. Supporters argue severe suffering can be catastrophic. Pleasure and happiness are difficult to compare because they're subjective, and preventing suffering often has clear ethical importance because a lot of um, exactly, exactly. I agree. Exactly. And let's see, what was I gonna say? Shoot, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, because suffering creates unhappiness, right? Like unless you're a masochist, you typically don't enjoy suffering. Exactly, exactly. So if you focus on reducing suffering, if people aren't suffering, then they have more a chance of being happy. Exactly, exactly. So you can make people happy by reducing suffering. So, this theory often directs attention towards poverty, illness, disability barriers, exploitation, and violence. Reducing severe suffering may often be easier to justify than maximizing happiness. Because if you reduce suffering, especially severe suffering, people are going to be less unhappy. Because, typically people aren't happy that they're suffering. Exactly, exactly. Yeah, we're like on the same wavelength. So let's see. And then the next one that it uses is typical utilitarianism, which you already know. Uh, Evaluates actions according to their consequences, which uses consequentialism. So, utilitarianism is one of the most influential forms of consequentialism. So, that's why I was saying, like, utilitarian uses consequentialism essentially. A lot of ethics is actually kind of is more scaffolding than it is creation. And then there's virtue ethics, which evaluates morality according to character rather than rules or consequences. It asks, what kind of person should I become? It focuses on cultivating traits that lead to human flourishing. So, like things that you could do to better people or yourself. Argued that ethics is less about isolated actions and more about developing excellent character over time. So examples would be courage, honesty, compassion, wisdom, justice, temperance, which I think a lot of people would argue is are good traits to focus on. So deontology asks, was the rule followed? Utilitarianism asks, what outcome occurred? And virtue ethics asks, what does this action reveal about character? Aristotle proposed that many virtues exist between extremes. So many virtues exist between extremes. So, for instance, courage, the opposite end of courage would be cowardice. So the virtue is courage, and then too much courage, excess of courage, the extreme of courage is recklessness. Um, and then there's a generosity. So the deficiency, the minimal version of deficiency is stinginess, not sharing as much. And so the excess of generosity is wastefulness, excess waste, like too much generosity, I guess you could say. Virtue often exists between those harmful extremes. So, virtue ethics focuses on who a person becomes over time. So it helps you like kind of make a roadmap for like how to better yourself or something. Exactly. Moderation in all things, including moderation. And let's see here. I have hyper ethics. So this is like my ethical framework, which uses all these other frameworks in a combination logically. So, hyperethics is the ethical framework of hypersanity. Its purpose is to evaluate moral claims through recursive analysis, threshold analysis, empath critical analysis, and logical consistency. Hyperethics seeks to minimize avoidable suffering while maximizing ethical accuracy. The central question becomes what ethical conclusions remain defensible after comprehensive analysis? Many ethical systems focus on rules, outcomes, virtues, duties, and traditions. Hyperethics focuses on reliability, consistency, completeness, recursive consequences, and hidden stakeholders. Like hidden stakeholders would be asking who gets left out of an equation. So the goal is not merely reaching conclusions, the goal is reaching trustworthy conclusions. Sentient suffering possesses moral significance. So if a being can suffer, its interest deserves ethical consideration. Because if you base like the primary starting concern on sentience, then you make it so that like disabled people that have intellectual disabilities aren't infringed upon or considered less than simply because they have an intellectual disability, or that their lives are worth less because they have an intellectual disability. Yes, I think it is truly subjective. It just depends. like I Yeah, I think it depends because it depends you it becomes purely subjective when when you insert hypotheticals, like cases they may not be likely or probable. Yeah, but I mean, you could argue that, like, say someone is gonna activate a nuke if you don't kill one specific person. So if you don't kill one specific person, this bad guy is going to nuke half the world. So typically, murdering an innocent person isn't necessarily um um justified. So it's like it's all subjective. Just like Watchmen. Watchmen did a really good example of this if you've seen Watchmen. So it really is subjective, but it's always a per by per case basis. That's how I see it. It's always per by per case basis. What do you mean the foundation? Yeah. So this is the foundation right here. This is the start of the foundations. So I'm getting into the foundations right now. So sentience is like the first so sentience is the first step for hyperethics. Um Sentience suffering possesses moral significance. If a being can suffer, its interests deserve ethical consideration. This principle exists independently of intelligence, species, race, sex, wealth, status, and popularity. Sentience creates moral relevance. Hyperethics assigns special significance to avoidable suffering. Questions include: is harm occurring? Is the harm preventable? Are alternatives available? The more avoidable the suffering, the stronger the ethical concern. Ethical conclusions become less reliable when affected parties remain invisible. Therefore, ethical analysis should actively search for hidden victims, hidden stakeholders, hidden suffering, and hidden consequences. Ethical visibility increases ethical reliability. Yeah, like animals, like fish are sentient. Like a lot of people don't, yeah, like a lot, like that's why veganism ties into it. Um naturally. But yeah, so yeah, it's just not bacteria. That's like kind of like absurdist extremists or like Jainism. That goes into like Jainism, which is like basically, yeah, yeah, I'm vegan. That's what got me started into ethics. A lot of people don't realize that speciesism can lead to some form of fascism, because if you ask a trait that would stop people from murdering animals that they don't need to survive, so like if you don't need to murder animals to survive, what would be the trait that would stop you from supporting their murder? Most people, I have no idea on that. So, like, most people would say intelligence. They would say, the reason I don't care if I support animal murder for eating them if I don't have to is their intelligence. Well, this directly leads consequentially into disabled people, which is why veganism is an applied ethics under the framework. Because if you prioritize sentience, uh, then you prioritize disabled people that have learning disabilities. You prioritize, like, you know, uh, different forms of intelligence. Um, there are pigs, for instance, are smarter than dogs. A lot of people would say, we should. Who cares if we kill animals because they're intelligence? But at the same time, pigs are smarter than dogs. So let's see. Actions should not only be evaluated by immediate outcomes, they should also be evaluated by future effects, cultural effects, institutional effects, and generational effects. So the consequences of consequences matter. So that's another like advanced like meta ethics. It is. Yeah, it's more of a social sacrifice than anything. Like when I went vegan, like I instantly became hated by so many people. Like so many people hate vegans. Like so many people hate vegans. Like even on the left wing. Like there are a ton of left wingers that just like completely like bastardize like anyone advocating for veganism or anything, or trying to advocate for change. Like for me, like I've always been able to put myself in the shoes, so to speak, of an animal, because I grew up severely abused. Like my mom and I both grew like were severely abused by my stepdad for 30 years, and that's not a hyperbole. We were literally abused for 30 years. Now, when I say that, most people think I'm lying, that I'm making it up, or that it's an exaggeration. But it's the literal truth. We were abused for 30 years. And so when you grow up literally oppressed, when you grow up literally oppressed and you've been bullied your entire life in every sort of way, if you've been bullied every sort of way, if you've been oppressed every sort of way, then when you see someone else being oppressed, it's like almost impossible to not put yourself in their perspective. Yeah, yeah, we divorced them. um, which sucks because now we might go homeless. But yeah. But so like when you've like seen every sort of like not maybe not experienced every form of oppression, but like uniquely suffered and uniquely been oppressed in so many different ways, like systematically, like in school systems, from religion, from family, from friends, etc. Then like when you see like someone else suffering, then like you can't help but typically put yourself in their shoes. So like when I watched my first slaughterhouse video, like I literally changed overnight. Like I just never thought about it before. Like I heard the word veganism, but I never knew what it actually meant. And like if I heard the words, I wasn't able to critically think enough at that point because I wasn't interested in learning. All I did was play games for most of my life. Like it's literally all I did. All I did was basically make myself stupid with video games. Like because like I didn't learn anything from schools because of my learning disabilities. So like all I did was play games. But like once like I saw like the physical reality of like what I was doing and someone gave me the hitman analogy, and then that's the law already recognizes as outsourcing an action for punishment. So if you hire a hitman to kill a human being, you are directly responsible because it only happened because of you. And this goes into basically like supply demand, like capitalist economics, right? If there is a more of a demand for something, the more of that thing will be produced and will, contribute will happen. Anyway, so when I watched my first slaughterhouse video, I was like, holy shit, like, yeah, it just like shook me to my core. Like, I put myself in their shoes and like I just couldn't see it any other way. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I literally cannot see it any other way. Right, right, exactly. Well, the law says you are responsible. Um, but that's how I understood. That's how I learned consequentialist ethics. Like that's basic consequentialism right there. So, by under consequent, that's like literal the not just like the ethical framework, but the actual like consequentialist mechanics, which is like cause and effect. I think it's important. Like honestly, I feel like it's very important because yeah, I mean if you're doing something that's horrible like that, if you're funding something horrible, then I think it's only fair that you know exactly what you're contributing to. Like I just feel like that's fair in my perspective. Like, like if like these animals are literally being artificially inseminated just so they can produce milk. So as soon as cows have their baby is literally instantly took away from them. Cows will literally cry in anguish. Like they'll literally sit there and they'll howl for their babies. Like they instantly miss their babies as soon as they're taken from them. Like they get no time to feed their own babies or anything. So I mean, it's like if you're causing some form like of harm, I feel like it's kind of oh no, dude, you can't compare that. Like that's fucked up. You really can't compare that because you can just get a plant-based ice cream. Like that's what veganism is great for cuz it's about reducing harm where possible. A lot of people misquote veganism as like a whitewashing Jainism. But veganism isn't Jainism. It's about reducing harm where possible. So like if you have a plant-based alternative, you can just do the plant-based alternative. Like that simple, basically. Yeah. Um it's just like the basic like idea of like if you want to be a good person, you have to be willing to sacrifice something. Because if no one sacrifices anything, then society literally never gets anywhere, right? Like if no one ever sacrifices anything, like nothing is ever going to change. Things will only get worse or stay consistently horrible. So like sacrifice, I feel like is a so like there are plant-based alternatives. Like I eat like plant-based cheese. There is no ethical sourcing. That's a fallacy. Um like literally 90% of animal products are factory farmed, so there is no ethical like sourcing. This is why it's important to watch a video like Dominion. So I highly recommend watching the documentary Dominion. So they're like animal agriculture, they can lie. They can say that it was like sourced ethically or that it's free range, but literally like all free range. Um I mean that's better. You can argue that that's better than like factory farming. I mean, you can argue that that's better than factory farming, but I mean if you're going to that length, why not just get like a plant-based alternative? Like they have plant-based ice cream. They have plant-based cheese. Like the cheese it literally melts identically to dairy cheese. But here's the thing. Here, I can show you something that might okay, I'm not going to show you anything gory or anything like that. Let's see where is it? Study. It is slightly, but I mean, like I don't know, it doesn't bother me. Where is it? I thought I had a study for it. Okay, maybe I don't here. Um, so this is why a lot of people have a hard time even considering the idea of reducing, even just reducing. Um, cheese is as addictive as heroin. Like cheese literally. Oh, dude, no. Okay, so you want like like almost all plants have protein in them. That's another common misconception. So like all like where do you think animals get their protein from? Animals get their protein from the plants. But seitan, so here I'll trying not to like go down this deep rabbit hole, but no, actually plant protein is proven more effective and efficient than meat-based protein. Let's see here. So, seitan is a plant-based alternative. It is a high-protein meat alternative made from wheat gluten, offering approximately 25 to 40 grams of protein per 100 grams, depending on preparation. This density is significantly higher than tofu and comparable to lean meats like chicken or beef. It literally tastes exactly like meat. It like it's structured like it feels exactly like meat. So like most like mock meats have seitan in them. One because they have extremely high protein in them. They also have other nutrients. So or maybe not nutrients. See it lacks acid lysine stuff like that, but most people are already deficient in B12. Like the amount of B12 that they get from meat is so low that most people are actually like somewhat deficient in B12 even though they eat animal products. So that's another misconception. Beans are great. Yeah, or you could just take a supplement. Like what was that one supplement I was looking at earlier? Um fuck, I forget the name of the supplement. I think I might have put it down in a bookmark. Uh, plant-based diet. Oh, okay, I found it. Hemp protein. So hemp protein. Did I misspell that? Yeah, I think I did. So hemp protein is so amazing. So hemp protein is exceptionally high in dietary fiber. So you mentioned protein. Did you know that like most people don't realize that fiber is almost more is almost more effective than protein? Fiber significantly helps you build muscle that much faster. So if you're getting enough protein and you supplement your protein with fiber, you will build muscles faster. So about 11 grams or about one third of the daily recommended amount. It provides healthy fats, including omega 3 and omega 6 fatty acids, along with minerals like iron, magnesium, and zinc. The protein is primarily composed of edestin and 2S abduin, which are highly digestible globular proteins, making it easier on the stomach compared to soy or whey. It is naturally gluten free, lactose free, and free from common allergies like dairy, eggs, soy, nuts, making it suitable for vegans and those with sensitivities. So, yeah, it's hemp protein. I just found out about this today. It's really amazing. It is like it's one of the few that I found that has omega 3 and omega 6 fatty acids with some other minerals. So you don't have to like pack a whole bunch of different things in one basically. Or you can just take like a multivitamin. Uh that's also an option is a multivitamin. But yeah, I essentially live off peanut butter because I'm on food stamps. Like I basically live off peanut butter because it has like a lot of protein in it. Oats are good too. Oats have protein in them. But yeah, seitan. It sounds like the religion Satan, but it's not. Like it throws a lot of people off. But yeah, it's got a shit ton of protein in it. Uh, I guess you can't buy it from Amazon like that. I don't know. It's this yeah. See how it looks exactly like me. Like that's what I mean. Like it's literally essentially no different, and it's healthy. So a lot of people don't realize that all animal products have mammalian estrogen in them. So if you consume animal products, you're literally ingesting estrogen, whereas plants don't have estrogen in them. And there's actually a direct correlation between estrogen and cancer. So consuming products that have estrogen in them increases your chance of getting cancer. Like people will say that soy has estrogen, but that's disinformation. It actually has phytoestrogen, which looks and sounds like estrogen, but is not an actual hormone. So a lot of people will say that soy has estrogen. It does not. I'll even show you really quickly. Soy does not increase human estrogen levels or cause feminization, despite containing isoflavones, which are phytoestrogens that structurally resemble human estrogen. These plants compounds bind weakly to estrogen receptors and often act as selective estrogen receptor modulators. Oh, okay, a lot of people do. I just thought I'd throw that out there. Like, so much of so much of like plant, like anything revolving around plants is like completely like disinformation or misinformation to some extent. Like so many people, I don't even know what that is. um but yeah, so here, like, this is one of the reasons why people have a purely emotional reaction to cutting animal products, and that's because you will have actual withdrawals. You will have actual withdrawals from quitting it because animal products are found to be addictive. Yeah, see, cheese is often cited as the most addictive foods, with some experts comparing its effects to dairy crack due to the combination of concentrated casein and high fat content. Um, yeah, it creates a genuine addiction similar to drug dependence. Yeah. Yeah, that's what that I'm telling you though, they have like alternates. Like once you get over the hump, like it gets so much better. Like for instance, meat has heme iron in it, which which causes cancer. And heme iron also increases your inflammation by up to 70%. So if you have some sort of inflammatory illness, um so if you have some sort of inflammatory illness, animal products will actually make your conditions worse. So there are a lot of people like me with fibromyalgia or like some sort of inflammatory bowel disease or arthritis or psoriatic arthritis will almost instantly know or like realize that like notice the difference between switching to a plant-based diet and that their inflammation decreases. Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that. What the fuck? I was I was not expecting that. I was not expecting that. Like, is it like a terminal? If you don't mind me asking, you brought it up, so. Oh yeah, like literally, if you have a single, like I've been studying for like 4 years, dude. I'm telling you, you will like once you get over the hump, you will feel infinitely better. Like I essentially almost completely got rid of my irritable bowel syndrome just from switching to plants. Like I don't get like really painful cramping or anything like that. There's so many conditions that switching will help you. Meat is actually a class 2A carcinogen, which is the same category as cigarettes. So meat is in the same category as asbestos, cigarettes, tobacco. Yeah, I feel you. Like it's about reducing your like reducing it's about reducing where possible. So, but um like for instance, like I live on protein. Like I live on peanut butter. Like I essentially live on peanut butter cuz it's so easy and I'm on food stamps. So like I'm vegan on food stamps with no transportation. Oh, let's see here. Okay, so we kind of got like diverted. Um I was explaining my ethical framework before I kind of bombarded you with information. Um, so the avoidable harm principle. I got this from veganism. Hyperethics assigns special significance to avoidable harm. Oh damn. Okay. Hyper questions include: is harm occurring? Is harm preventable? I mean, it really depends. I mean, it just really. I don't know your situation. You know your situation better than me, right? Like a lot of people get their protein from like beans, lentils, right? So like I don't exercise and do much physically, so I don't really I'm not like seeking out protein specifically. I just one, I love peanut butter, and two, it just has um protein in it, and it's also like the easiest thing for me to do with my physical disabilities. I don't like having to stand there for so long. Right, right. Like beans, it takes a lot longer to make, and it's just like yeah, it's just so much easier. I just love peanut butter too. Like it's just like my favorite thing to eat. Like I love fucking peanut butter so goddamn much. Like so much. Yeah, I do peanut butter and jelly. Like I'm not probably shouldn't use the like the I probably shouldn't use like the jelly, but because I know it's like a preservative or whatever, it's unhealthy, but I eat it anyways. Just because like there are like there are some things you have to compromise on because like the jelly isn't an animal product for one. Hell no, what the fuck? Pickles and toast. What? That sounds like the weirdest combination. I once tried milk and orange juice. So, actions should not only be evaluated by immediate outcomes, they should be evaluated by future effects, cultural effects, institutional effects, and generational effects. Yeah, I didn't have a good experience. It was a dare. So, and then there's the threshold principle. So this borrows from deontological threshold, which is that rules matter, exceptions exist. You never have a truly ethical framework. You don't have equality if you can't make exceptions. So neither reality should be ignored, that rules matter but exceptions exist. Hyperethics recognizes that most situations require stable ethical principles, and some situations involve extreme outliers. Just like like we're both outliers in veganism, in the scope of veganism. Exactly, exactly. That's what veganism is about. It's like about reducing harm where possible. So like if you're a tribe or something like that, you're not expected. Exactly. And so threshold analysis attempts to distinguish between the two, the threshold between rules and exceptions. Empath critical is a concept I came up with recently, and it's basically empath like empathy. So it's empathy and critical reasoning combined. So it should actively examine missing perspectives, marginalized populations, vulnerable groups, and unrepresented experiences, not because these perspectives are automatically correct, but because their exclusion often produces distorted ethical conclusions. A moral principle should remain coherent when applied universally, applied to outliers, applied to oneself, applied to allies, and applied to opponents. Selective application weakens ethical credibility. The reliability of an ethical conclusion is proportional to the completeness of its examination. Incomplete analysis produces incomplete ethics. Therefore, ethical certainty should be proportional to evidential and analytical support, like empirical. Um, Hyperethics is not strictly consequentialist, deontological, virtue based. Instead, it incorporates useful insights from multiple traditions. So, consequentialism contributes to outcome analysis. Threshold deontology contributes to outlier handling. Recursive ethics contributes to long term evaluation. And empath critical analysis contributes to visible correction. Hyperethics functions as a synthesis rather than a replacement. So there are three failure modes, three primary diagnostic failures. So ignoration is a term I came up with, which is basically like, so you know what ignorance means. So ignoration is like kind of a product of it. So ignorance is you don't know something. Ignoration is you typically know you are wrong, but you don't care that you were wrong, and you choose like ignorance. It's basically like choosing ignorance in a sense. It's like an act of ignoring uh the information, like ignoration. Is that sarcasm? And then there's like hyposanity, which is like so if you like hypersanity is kind of like the idea of like not just like some it's not some mystical version of sanity of like height like enlightenment. It's more like um yeah, okay, you're good. I never know because like there's like context gets lost without tone. So hyposanity is like failure of reasoning, and then ethical myopia is the failure of perception. These failures reduce ethical reliability and thus consistency. So the goal is not perfection, the goal is progressive reduction of ethical error. A moral conclusion becomes stronger when it survives evidence, criticism, recursion, threshold analysis, empath critical analysis, and consistency testing. So the ethical reliability increases with engagement, reasoning, visibility, recursion, and consistency. Ethical, yeah, exactly. Like hyper means more of, and hypo means less of. So if like think about it in like an informational way, hyposanity would be like you see more, like higher perception, not in higher intelligence, but like higher perception. Like you're able to see uh that there is a box where most people would probably be like, this is the box and I'm fine. I'm okay with the box. Like I don't want to see the box. Like I'm in the box. That's all I need to know. That's kind of like hyposane sanity. And then ethical reliability decreases with ignoration, hyposanity, and ethical myopia. And then let's see where. So that's basically like what hyper ethics is. And then each note after that is it goes deeper into each component of the framework. So the first component is sentience. So sentience is the capacity to have subjective experiences. A sentient being can experience pain, pleasure, fear, distress, comfort, well-being. The central question becomes: is there someone experiencing the consequences? So it's the foundation of moral relevance within hyperethics. Without sentience, pain has no meaning. suffering has no meaning, and well-being has no meaning. Yeah, I don't understand. Like personally, I don't like being ignorant. Like I understand, like I'll always be ignorant of some things, but like I try to not be like I try to learn as much as I can in my power. Um, just because like a lot of like unethical outcomes become not just because of intent, but more like because of ignorance more than intent, typically. Like people don't know they're doing something unethical, they don't think they're doing something unethical, so then it just never occurs to them because they're ignorant of it. Um and then there's these concepts are frequently confused. People confuse intelligence with sentience. All right, I still recommend it. Like the here I can find the link really quick. It's an actual documentary. It's narrated by Joaquin Phoenix. So the guy that plays Joker, for instance, just in case you want to watch it down the line or something. But it's not just gore. It's informational. Like it has like studies and stuff in it as well. That sounds familiar. I can't remember where that word comes from, like where that name comes from. Oh, that maybe Gladiator? Gladiator? I think he was in Gladiator. Okay, sweet. I'm really surprised it sounded Roman, so I knew it was Roman as soon as I read that, and then it just kind of like popped in my head. So one of the reasons that intelligence is not the main meter, but sentience is that, you know, because of like intellectual disabilities, head injuries, various things like that. Um, So the sentience is the a being may possess high intelligence and high sentience. A being may possess low intelligence and high sentience, or someone may possess high intelligence and uncertain sentience. Hyperethics does not treat intelligence as the source of moral relevance. Sentience is the primary ethical variable. A person with severe cognitive disabilities may score lower on certain intelligence measures, but their capacity for pain, fear, joy, and suffering remains morally significant. Therefore, moral consideration remains. Um, and then there's moral agency, the ability to make ethical decisions. So also someone can possess sentience without moral agency. So an example would be an infant, like pretty much every animal minus humans, and individuals with severe cognitive impairments. Um, Hyperethics separates moral responsibility from moral consideration. So you can consider someone in an ethical equation without making them inherently responsible. Just like you wouldn't like just like you wouldn't like uphold someone with a disability to the same standard as like a rocket scientist in that sense. Like the measurement of like equality is sentience, not intelligence. So different ethical traditions define personhood differently. Common criteria include rationality, self awareness, language, memory, and identity. Hyperethics does not make moral relevance dependent upon personhood. Instead, sentience establishes the minimum threshold for ethical consideration. If a being can suffer, its interests possess moral significance. This does not automatically determine rights, responsibilities, or legal status. However, it creates ethical relevance. Sentience moves a being into the moral landscape. It's the first step of ethical consideration. The foundation, if you would, the foundation. Um so it does not assume that all sentience is identical. Sentience may exist across a spectrum. Exactly, exactly, exactly. And I think a good counter to that I never thought of until you said that. I really enjoyed this like conversation, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out there. Just like really enjoy talking to someone that's like educated on like just various things, because most people like, yeah, they would have left the at the first sign of like AI, they would have just left. So like I do really appreciate like the honesty and like and whatnot, the reciprocity. Um I forgot what I was gonna say. I kind of got distracted. uh uh what was I saying? Fuck, I kind of lost my train of thought, but it's fine, it's fine. Oh yeah. So a proposition to the solipsism thing, like, oh, we're not real, you're just a figment in my head or something. So that would be like, so if solipsism is real, then by consequential effect, if you're hurting someone else, you're hurting yourself. So even under like a solid lens of solipsism, you shouldn't hurt other people because then you'd be hurting yourself. It's just something I came up with. Yeah, so assume rejects common ethical errors such as like intelligence determines moral worth. Hyperethics rejects this assumption. Questions include, can the animal suffer? Can the animal experience distress? And can the animal experience well being? These questions are ethically prior to questions of intelligence. Right, 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 right. Yeah, that is true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, that is like a good point. Um, yeah, that is true. It sounded good in my head. But yeah, those are outliers. Right, 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 right. Exactly. Yeah, like a masochist slash sadist. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Here's the concept of ownership. Yeah, I agree. Thank you for pointing that out, by the way. Um, because that was definitely a blind spot. Um, I mean, like if I take something from you, it's not intentional. Um, like if I was to like literally take something from you, I would credit you, just so you know. Um, because even though like we just kind of like met today, Like I already feels like respect for you. Even though we like never met or anything, like I do have respect for you. Um, so like I wouldn't like steal your idea and not give you credit. But I guess then again, if I give you credit, it's not stealing because stealing wouldn't be giving credit. I don't know. Borrowing, taking inspiration. I don't know. But like most of like my ideas come from like personal insights and already established ethical frameworks that I just kind of like. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, all right. Okay. Shoot, what was I saying? Tangent. What was I gonna say? Fuck. Now I got like. Now I'm brain farted. Oh man. I guess I'll just. I don't know. Maybe it'll come back. People go full. We are one. We are all God. We are just the universe creating, and they don't realize the full implication, which is why I say Hermeticism. Satanism, masquerading as I thought of Hermeticism sort of as like a like there's sort of like an ownership bias in Hermeticism. I don't know if that's what you're going with because Hermeticism has like the master and the student. So like that's one of the kind of like I don't know if it's like bias or but it has like connotations of like the master and the student or the teacher and the student, right? Which kind of like imposes sort of a superiority can kind of instill a superiority complex. So I can kind of see like where there's issues with that in Hermeticism. Um but yeah, that's why I don't like just one philosophy. Like that's why I try to learn from everything. And then seeing what valuable. Oh, I didn't actually know that. Everything is mind and is referring to the Brahman or Yahweh, the supposed infinite conscious that is the source of existence. I didn't know that. Huh. Okay. I knew some like sort of like kind of overlaps with sort of like Freemasonry sort of like, but I didn't know that. The infinite, Georgia Guidestones. Huh. Seeking harmony with the infinite. The ninth guiding principle. Christ, truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with the infinite. The infinite refers to the supreme being whose will is manifested in the workings of the cosmos. Holy hell, you're right. What the fuck? Right? That's crazy. America's Stonehenge. Anonymous sponsors. I wonder if it was like Freemasons or something. Including maintaining a population and establishing world court to resolve Astronomical calendar with sunlight markings the date. A hole in the capstone. Whoa. Authorities demolished the remaining structure for safety reasons. What safety reasons? What? That's bullshit. What? How are these like innocent pillars a safety reason? Maybe because it contradicts like Christianity or something, Western religion. They're like, "Oh no, we got only one religion here." I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom really bad. I'm back. I gotta close this tab here. I forgot I had that open. Previous video I was watching. Okay, let's see. Economy is a big. Okay, let's see here. Commissioned is guessed to be the Rosicrucians. Oh, the owner of the granite company and a local banker. Might have been Freemasons. The banker too, because Freemasons don't just see themselves as bricklayers or literal building builders, but builders of architecture. Yep, and economy is a big part of that, obviously. Damn, dude, like so much more than like most people. Like it's so refreshing. Like you're saying these things, and it's just like I understand. Like I see it and I understand. Like that's amazing. Like they think that the guy who commissioned it is Rosicrucian because he used the pseudonym R.C. Christian Rosicrucian Christian. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I used to before I actually started kind of thinking critically, I used to be into like the Illuminati and stuff like that. Hermeticist. That makes sense. Gotcha. Okay. That makes that lines up with the astrology or whatever but actually they claim it's an Atlantean thing. Huh. Haven't heard anything Atlantean related in a very long time. Huh. Do you by chance have Discord? Oh, okay, okay, got you, got you. Do you use Discord at all? Just curious. Atlantis had idea that some resurgence ever since the discover of Goblinki Tempe and the knowledge of the catastrophic ice melt and possible impact event like which lines up with the supposed timeline of Atlantis existence according to Plato. Okay. I was just curious if like okay, I was gonna ask if like I could add you or something. But it's cool if not. Let's see. Okay, let's see. A a person's moral significance is not reduced because memory is impaired. It's possible that politically and philosophically advanced civilization might exist. Yeah, I think that like aliens are possible. Right. Well, I'm just throwing like I do think that it is possible that aliens exist. Like I would say that there's probably more evidence for aliens or in some advanced civilization than religion. So, I think it was Carl's I can't remember which history figure said it that to think that we are the most advanced intelligent species in the entire universe is like I don't know, I forget what the rest of the term is. It's been a long time since I've heard it, but it's kind of like narcissistic or like ignorant, I guess, to think that like we're the most advanced civilization in the entire like universe, especially if like a multiverse exists or something like that, hypothetically. Right, 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 right. Yeah, a lot of the logical arguments that I typically hear is like they really wouldn't be that interested in us if they're that much more advanced, which makes sense. Yeah, really. Unless they're morbidly curious. Um I'm kind of getting tired of reading this. Kind of want to go back into something else. Maybe here. Let's see here. Let's go back to there. Because the wave function is structured, mathematical, and intelligible. The one is beyond structure. The wave function is form, relations, amplitude, phases, and probabilities. That makes it closer to an intelligible ordering principle than to absolute undifferentiated unity. It is useful through the idea that visible reality expresses invisible order. Um, okay. Like gravity, maybe? Historically, Hermetic philosophy is tied to Greek and Egyptian, the corpus hermeticum and Sepulus, cosmos ordered by the mind and logos, physical outcomes governed by mathematical structure. So that sounds like advanced consequentialism. Like that literally sounds like uh, quantum consequentialism, if that's a thing. I don't know if that's a thing. I got no idea about that. Yeah, this literally sounds like quantum consequentialism. And I spelled that wrong, of course. Let me read this first. The visible event is a signature of a deeper pattern that is very compatible with scientific thinking as metaphor because science itself often infers hidden structure from observable facts, yeah, like gravity or consequentialism, cause and effect. So Gnostic is pleromatic fullness constrained into material limitation. Holy crap, that's super confusing. Non-dual ground appearing as oh man, I don't like this is so hard to understand. Practice latent potential becoming manifest before Purusha, intelligible unity unfolding into sensible multiplicity. Hidden mind, logos expressing itself through visible correspondences. Visible correspondences. The wave function is useful as a logic symbol, not a spiritual proof. A hyposane reading says quantum mechanics proves mysticism. A hypersane reading says quantum mechanics and these metaphysical systems share a reoccurring structure. Reality may contain a deeper formal layer that ordinary perception collapses into simplified appearances. The overlap is not evidence that the traditions are scientifically correct. The overlap is evidence that different systems repeatedly encounter the same philosophical problem. How does the many arise from the one? How does possibility become actuality? How does hidden order become visible form? How does perception mistake appearance for total reality? That is the real cross reference. Yes, quantum consequentialism could work as a metaphor, but not literal physics. Quantum mechanics asks what possible outcomes can happen from this state. Consequentialism asks what outcomes will happen from this action. Oh shit. Back to missing. Um so the overlap is outcomes. Reality is not judged only by intention or appearance. Reality is judged by what actually manifests as a result. Okay. When I said physical outcomes are governed by mathematical structure, I meant things do not happen randomly just because we feel like they should. Reality has rules underneath it, just like math, geometry, and stuff, maybe. So, simple version, you drop a glass, it falls because gravity applies. Okay, so I was kind of right about gravity. You lie to someone, trust breaks because consequences apply. You eat animals, animals suffer because systems apply. You spread bad ideas, harm grows because social consequences apply. A quantum system is measured. One possible result becomes the visible result. So, in hyper-sanity terms, quantum consequentialism would be judging reality by the outcomes that actually collapse into existence, not by excuses, beliefs, intentions, or appearances. Even simpler, a thought is potential, an action is collapse, a consequence is the measured result. Measured result. I'm still really hard for me to understand. I actually have a learning disability for math. So like my brain doesn't compute and like process math like other people. So it's always made life extremely difficult anytime any sort of math or math adjacent problem enters the question, which is why I never got too into quantum mechanics because from my understanding it's basically like a form of math or something. A person can say I meant well, but consequentialism asks what happened. A person can say I believe this is true, but empiricism asks what is the evidence. A person. Well, that's just consequentialism. I think. So, what does it cause when applied to reality? Oh, wait. Okay, so maybe you're right. I don't know. Hold on. A physical lens where every belief, choice, or action is treated like a field. Okay, field of possible outcomes until it is enacted, at which point its real world consequences reveal its ethical weight. Shorter version. So, quantum consequentialism means morality is not what you claim, it is what your actions collapse into. But that's essentially, how is that different from consequentialism? It is not very different at the core. Quantum consequentialism is mostly a metaphorical reframe of consequentialism, not a separate ethical theory yet. Your phrase says morality is not what you claim, it is what your actions collapse into. Uh, gets employed a lot by the fact because we really can't always trust that a person had good intentions, especially with crimes. Exactly, exactly. Like the hitman analogy. Hitman is judged by consequentialism. Um, because you hire a hitman and then the consequences of that action are someone dies and it doesn't happen without you. So like it's already in law technically. It's just like most people don't actually like understand like the actual principle, like the framework of actually like thinking about the outcomes before making the outcomes, I guess, maybe. But yeah, intent is never entirely a method of judging morality, just because like there are like Tourette's, for instance. So someone can say something really preemptive. Oh, okay. I think I see. I understand your distinction now. Okay. Preemptive. That helps a lot. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. But it's yeah, it's a metaphorical reframe of consequentialism, not a separate ethical theory yet. So the difference is emphasis. So consequentialism judges actions by outcomes. Quantum consequentialism judges claims, beliefs, intentions, and identities by what they become in reality. So ethical theory, Hyper-Sanity style metaphor framework, focuses on consequences, focuses on the transition from potential action to real world results. What happened because of this? What did the possibility collapse into when applied? Oh shit, so this is like almost like game theory. This is basically like of some form of game theory. What did the possibility collapse into when applied? Yeah, this is literally like game theory, like like some sort of mechanic that game theory uses where you can predict out like you can predict an outcome based on like variables. And so like the more variables you reduce, the easier it is to narrow down a potential outcome, like a probability. Can sound academic. Sounds more like a reality test against excuses and self-image. What did this belief become once it entered reality? Someone says, I love animals. Consequentialism asks, do their actions reduce or increase animal suffering? Quantum consequentialism asks, when that claim collapses into behavior, does it become compassion, apathy, harm, denial, or hypocrisy? It measures the gap between claimed morality and manifested morality. A better definition is consequentialism applied to unrealized potential claims, beliefs, and identities, judging them by what they collapse into when acted out in reality, or shorter, judges the collapse from claimed intent to actual outcome. That's much easier to understand. Judges the collapse from claimed intent to actual outcome. Is not a replacement for consequentialism, is more like a symbolic extension or a teaching metaphor for the framework. Doesn't this align with game theory? Yes, it aligns strongly. Simpler bridges. Game theory asks what happens when multiple agents choose actions while reacting to each other's incentives. So, oh, thank you, man. You're like the only person I've shown it to. Just out of fear of yeah, just basically out of fear. Um your action does not collapse in isolation. It collapses inside a field of other people's incentives, strategies, fears, rewards, punishments, and reactions. So someone says, I care about animals. Consequentialism asks, do their actions reduce animal suffering? Quantum asks, what does does it collapse into compassion or hypocrisy? Game theory asks, what system of incentives make people keep choosing harm while claiming compassion? Oh, okay. So this is like, so game theory is like the engine or like the driver, like the motivation. Maybe that's the word, motivation. What incentives? Because yeah, a synonym for incentive is motivation, right? So it'd be like, what is the motivation that keeps them choosing harm while claiming compassion? Okay. A vegan example. Most people do not personally want to torture animals. The system is built so that convenience, taste, culture, price, social belonging, and denial reward them for continuing harm. Game theory explains why people keep making the same harmful move even when the ethical contradiction is off it. So why? Okay, yeah, motivation, why? So that again that's like a synonym for like motivation why, I guess. So the clean formulation would be quantum is the ethical outcome layer. Game theory is the strategic incentive or motivational layer, or say engine. Uh, Hyper-Sanity is the bias detection and reality testing layer. Okay, so consequentialism tells you the result, the end result. Game theory tells you why agents keep choosing that result, and hypersanity exposes the excuses that hide it. So the phrase you may want is game theoretic consequentialism or incentive aware consequentialism. Those are more academically clear than quantum consequentialism framework. Is still useful as a symbolic phrase. Every belief is a possible move. Every action is the move selected. Every consequence is the board. This okay. So I just found a new way to explain this using video games. um. So a way to explain this would be a turn-based game, like like one of the older Final Fantasy games. So, for instance, waiting is technically an action. So, when you wait, you're choosing to do an action. So, the inaction is technically an action. So every belief is a possible move. This is the ability to select squares and measure, do I want to move this character here? And if I move this character here, is that within the same row of the enemy coming close to my character and attacking my character? Does the enemy have line of sight of my character? um what following actions can they do after their move turns are made? Do they have any remaining actions? If so, what actions can they make against me? Versus like how much health I have, how much defense I have and stats. So every action is the move selected. So when the move selected is like when you click a tile on a turn-based game, like you select a place for your character to move, and then you press like A on the controller, and then it moves the character. That is the move selected. And then every consequence is the board state after the move, the update, the refresh of the board, the playing list. Yeah, okay, so let me try mapping this out. Ah, my leg. Ah, shit. Ah. Ah. Yeah, that's exactly. I was thinking that in in like a sub process as I was explaining it, because chess is basically a turn-based game. Oh, I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Sometimes my legs dislocate. I had to wrap it before it dislocated. But yeah, chess is literally a turn-based game. It's just a physical turn-based game. So it's easier for me to think in terms of video games. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes like sometimes my joints randomly dislocate. It's mostly my fibulas. It's supposedly what Houdini had and why Houdini was able to dislocate his joints like very easily at will and get out of straight jackets and stuff like that because he could just pop his joints in and out really easily. It's painful, but yeah, apparently it didn't matter to him. So turn based game like older Final Fantasy. The board moves are selections. Waiting is selection slash action. Um, and then there's like action as attack slash defense. So let's see. Let me make sure I'm not losing this. It's possible. Okay, so you can um, measure measure moves before making them, aka highlight a square on board and then calculate enemies following um, reactions. Yeah, so and then calculate enemies following reactions after move slash action. It's cleaner than chess because it makes action selection easier to understand. Okay, yep, that's why I was kind of went towards it. Life is like a turn-based RPG. Every turn you choose from possible actions, You can attack, defend, heal, wait, flee, use an item, or talk. Even doing nothing is still a selected move because the world keeps updating after your turn. This maps extremely well. So the board slash battle screen is the current situation. Character stats are your limits, resources, knowledge, health, power. Available moves are possible choices. Highlighting a move before selecting it is the ethical prediction and consequence analysis. And selecting the move is the action slash collapse into reality. Then there is the enemy reaction, other agents responding through incentives. And then there is damage, healing, status effects, etc. as consequences. And there is waiting, which is inaction as action. Best way to explain inaction as action directly from a consequentialist perspective is if you are walking down a alley and you see a woman being attacked or something and you do nothing, well that nothing is an action, and the consequence of doing nothing is that the woman is attacked. So like that's why it would be unethical in situations like that to not act, to enact or whatever. And then there's turn order, which is the timing, the priority of the move selections, and the opportunity cost. Opportunity cost, oh that gets a little bit too deep to go into. Boss mechanics, systemic constraints, party members, interdependent moral agents. Yeah, okay. Strategy guide slash scannability, empiricism, and evidence. Okay. And bad RNG is uncertainty, risk, or incomplete control. The key idea becomes before you act, you can highlight a possible move and preview its likely consequences. That is consequentialism in game terms. Then game theory enters when you remember enemies, allies, and systems also have turns. Your move changes the board state. Then everyone else reacts from their own incentives. So the framework could be turn based consequentialism, an ethical model where every belief or choice is treated as a selectable move inside a shared game state, and its moral value is judged by the board state it creates after all affected agents respond. So after every agent does their actions. Even simpler, a belief is a possible move. A choice is selecting the move. An action is the attack, defense, heal, or wait. A consequence is the board state after the turn resolves. This also solves the waiting problem beautifully. In normal arguments, people act like inaction is neutral. It is not. But in a turn-based game, wait is literally a command and action. This is how I've always thought in game terms of like consequentialist like mechanics and ethics. So like this is like amazing that I can actually apply that. Um, so I'm using a literal virtual game in actual game theory. Like that's crazy. That's so cool. That's so cool. Okay, so yeah, wait is literally a command, aka an action. It's an action because it consumes your turn. It lets enemies act and it changes the outcome. Just like if you're, if the woman in the alleyway is being attacked and your action is selection on wait, and you just wait there, and then the end result is it's their turn and they hurt the woman, then then that's your fault as consequence. So inaction is not nothing. Inaction is selecting wait while the battle continues. Vegan example: a person sees animals suffering and says, I'm not doing anything. I've always had the personal philosophy that if you can do something to prevent or resolve problem and yet you don't, then you now at least are partly responsible for that problem outcome arises. Exactly. That's like basic consequentialism. I agree. You could argue it really depends. Like, you can be aware of something and not have like the capability to meaningfully make a difference. So I guess in that situation, in that context, it could be using your complete move, your complete squares for moving, but then being out of range of being able to attack the bad person that's threatening the woman. So like just like a person in a wheelchair can't really stop someone from being attacked. Like they could call the cops or something like that, but they can't physically stop the woman from being attacked unless they have a gun. So a vegan example. A person sees animals suffering and says, "I'm not doing anything." Turn-based analysis says, "You selected wait while the system continued attacking animals." Anti-AI ableism example. A disabled person uses AI to communicate, learn, or survive. Someone chooses mockery, exclusion, or moral panic. Turn-based analysis says they selected attack against accessibility while claiming they selected defend humanity. This is where Hyper-Sanity fits. Hyper-Sanity checks whether the move name matches the move effect. It's the difference between like ontological outcome and epistemic outcome. So someone can label their move compassion, but the effect may be harm. Someone can label their move justice, but the effect, the outcome, may be exclusion. Someone can label their move neutrality, but the effect may be enabling damage. Clean core phrase: do not judge the move by its menu name. Judge it by the board state after it resolves the consequences. That is probably the strongest version of your idea. Oh, fuck yes. God, I love AI. Ugh. I fucking love this. I can't believe like I got here. Like what the fuck? Like I actually thought it out and it makes sense. Belief is a possible move. A choice is selecting the move. An action is the attack, defense, heal, or wait. A consequence is the board state after the turn resolves. I wonder if I can break this down into another. Thank you. Yeah, it's like if you were just like looking at it from like maybe like a different perspective, you'd be like, "Oh, that's just GPT." Right, right, yeah. See, it's based on empiricism. So like if I come here, so empiricism is like one of the foundations for my AI. You essentially need it for a logical AI that's not vibe based. So, empiricism is the epistemological view which holds that knowledge or justification comes either only or primarily from sensory experience or empirical evidence. So, personal experience or evidence. It is one of several competing views within epistemology, along with rationalism and skepticism. Empiricists argue that empiricism is a more reliable method of finding the truth than relying purely on logical reasoning, because humans have cognitive biases and limitations which lead to errors of judgments. Um, yeah, so the empirical evidence is the formation of ideas rather than the innate ideas or traditions, because traditions are a fallacy. Traditions are simply doing something because a lot of people have done it for a long time, typically. So empiricists may argue that traditions or customs arise due to the relations of previous sensory experiences, right? Holidays, for instance. Um, Empiricism was associated with the slate concept, tabula rasa, according to which the human mind is blank at birth and develops its thoughts only through later experience. I agree with that. That's technically true. Like, you are your memories, essentially, right? Like, you are the sum total of um, biology and experiential experiences, um things that you experience like done to you, um and your choices, a combination of multiple things really. um Empiricism is the philosophy of science. I love that. That's so beautiful. The philosophy of science, I love that. Emphasizes evidence, especially as discovered in experiments. It is a fundamental part of the scientific method that all hypotheses and theories must be tested against observations of the natural world rather than resting solely on a priori reasoning. Um, Prior, it's been a while since I studied a priori. Let's see, I forget how to. So a priori is before, and I think post priori is after. Epigenetics is about our genes can express in different ways depending on our environment. Yeah, yeah, totally, totally. Um, Types of shit is known or justified a priori. It is known or justified independently of any experience. Okay, now I think I remember. It's been a while since I've. We all have certain instincts and kind of pre-written emotional responses to some things. Yep, yep, yep. Oh. Yeah. So, anyways, like, okay. Those genes can include character traits like predispositions towards aggression or passivity. Yeah, there's also like some, I don't know how solid the science and conclusive the science is, but I remember reading a study recently, that it was saying that possibly some memories could be shared genetically, so like genetic memories. This is where the entire idea, where they get the entire idea for Assassin's Creed games. Like they got that from the idea of genetic memories. I don't know how like proven it is or plausible it is, but supposedly it could be possible, which makes sense because with genetic memories they explain like how we adapt survival mechanics that previously helped our survivors, or our ancestors survive. So like that would make sense from an evolutionary standpoint, an evolutionary logical standpoint. I really don't know what to follow that with. I don't think I can follow that. Um, Someone can label their move compassion. The effect may be harm. Someone can label their move justice, but the effect may be exclusion. Someone can label their hell yeah. It'd be amazing to see like an actual real life like Assassin's Creed machine and relive like your ancestors, go on like these, like a VR tour of like your lineage. That'd be so fucking amazing. I mean, that's like so out there, but like it would be cool if it was possible. That'd be so amazing, so much fun. Be better than any game, possibly, unless you're being hunted as your ancestor. unless your ancestor is being hunted, then it would be pretty fucking terrifying. Give another. Give a few more examples for better understanding. Okay, the wait command. Someone sees harm happening and says, I didn't do anything. In turn based systems, they selected wait, but the enemy still selects attack after your turn. So waiting is not neutral when harm continues during the turn you skipped. Someone watches a disabled person get mocked for using AI and says nothing. They may think they chose neutral, but the board state changed. The disabled person took damage. They were attacked. For using AI, they were attacked. So the attackers gained confidence, and the silence helped normalize the attack. They mislabeled defend command. Someone says, I'm defending truth, but their action is mocking, excluding, or simplifying someone's disability. This is, I think, a way to expand upon this is that, let me write it down before I forget. So the entire point slash idea of equal rights is that no choice about us made without us, or better compared as what's the word, it's on the tip of my brain. The entire idea of equal rights is that no choice about us made without us, or better compared as, it's like right there in my brain. Um, Autonomy, as autonomy. The ability to decide whether whether you do or don't need something. A comparison slash juxtaposition would be um a male arguing against a female's reproduction right. The like underlying point is that if you're dictating someone else's biology, then you're stealing reality. And see, reality, the underlying point is that you're dictating someone else's biology, then you're stealing reality slash choice. And I want to say accessibility, but that feels like it's too on the nose. So the entire point of equal rights is that no choice about us made without us, or better compared as autonomy, the ability to decide whether you do or don't need something. A comparison slash juxtaposition would be a male arguing against a female's reproduction right. And men should have no say whether women can or can't reproduce. The underlying point is that you're dictating someone else's biology, then you're stealing reality and choice. Um, and dictating that one, um, you know their biology better than they do. To the suffering they experience as um gate kept barriers is not weighed equally to the individual harm or outcome of using AI in their singular usage, as in don't blame like the disabled for what corporations do. Like something that I've seen a lot of like anti-AIers complain about is that like they'll literally blame, like I've literally been blamed for stealing jobs from people when I have not made money using AI or anything. Like I don't make money, period. So like I have not stolen a job because I have no like monetary um like there's no addition in my income from using AI or even not using AI. It's just like it helps me grow and learn. Um I know, right? Like people say that like I'm stealing their work and like all this other things, even though it's like, so like the logically, like you can only so you can only logically articulate that like a disabled person is stealing from other people by using AI if you literally use AI to recreate like one to one or close enough original copyrighted work. But just using AI isn't stealing. Okay, not what corporations do. Do I need a three? Okay, underlying point is that you're dictating someone else's biology and that you're stealing reality choice and dictating that one, you know their biology better than they do. The suffering they experience as gatekept barriers is not weighed equally to the individual harm or outcome of using AI and their singular usage of. Yeah, really, that would be ideal. Like, no one should work, in my opinion. Like, that'd be amazing. I don't think that'll ever happen, but that would be ideal. Like, I'm definitely, don't get me wrong, I'm definitely against corporations actually using AI to, like, uh, unemploy people. Like, that's awful. But, like, I'm not responsible for what a corporation does in their field of employment, right? Like, I'm not actually an employee of the corporation. I'm just using a product of the corporation. I'm not like actually employed in the corporation. If I was employed in the corporation, then you could logically like argue and articulate that, I had some involvement with the corporation outsourcing jobs with AI. Okay, let's see here. Corporations do. Fuck, I had it in my head. I keep going in mental tangents. Giga is not weight equal to the individual harm or outcome of using AI in their singular usage, not what corporations do, aka water usage. And then, okay, so here's the consequence of the consequences. Yeah, for real. Yeah, just blame the corporations. Yeah, that's like such a sick joke that like I can understand blaming like maybe like blaming people that don't need AI, that don't use it ethically. Exactly. Like corporations basically, yeah, they're like basically nations essentially, especially with Peter Thiel. Like Peter Thiel. Exactly. Yeah, the problem with America and like even other places is that corporations have more power than a fucking state or a person. Yeah, for real, for real. The only solution that I know of in my understanding and my personal knowledge is democratic socialism, which basically removes because right now, yeah, exactly. Because right now corporations have more rights than people. Like that's fucking crazy. Like I read some law or rule recently that said that corporations have the ability to vote. I'll have to double check it, but I do remember reading, I don't know how accurate it was. I do remember reading an article saying that corporations have like an ability to vote, which just shows how fucked we are, if that's true. If that's true. Um, three, can be justified if using ethic and let's see, offsetting. Offsetting water, etc. by going vegan since meat typically uses more water individually than using AI to learn, etc. Okay, let me read what he said. It wouldn't surprise me they've been arguing that corporates are allowed to spend money politically because that's free speech and a corp is a legal person. Maybe that's the argument that I was reading. That sounds familiar. Okay, yes, this is a stronger ethical core Equal rights means affected people must have agencies over decisions that affect their own bodies, minds, access needs, and survival tools. So the AI accessibility issue is not only AI good or bad, it is an autonomy issue. So the clean decision is no decision about us without us applied here. No one should dictate disabled people's access tools without weighing the disabled person's actual lived barriers, actual needs, and actual outcomes. The turn based RPG metaphor fits perfectly. Um, Someone else chooses your command, you lose autonomy. This is like someone stealing your controller and then playing your game without you, even though it's supposed to be your turn. They disable your healing item, so you are you lose access to your healing item, like because the healing item reduces suffering. So like that can easily be translated as a healing item. It reduces your suffering. So you no longer so you're suffering because you lose the thing that provides a reduction of suffering, right? Accessibility reduces suffering to some extent for disabled people. They say you don't need that item, claiming authority over your own biology, even though they're not affected. Um, and then like not me, but like the person taking the controller. They ignore your damage and status effects. So I'm sitting there taking health damage, and they're sitting there gaslighting me that I'm not taking damage. Erasing disability complexity. They judge the tool by global panic, not your individual use case, which is a bad consequence analysis. They choose wait while you take damage, which is passive harm. So, meanwhile, without the tool, I'm sitting there waiting and suffering. Um, a form of suffering, I guess. They choose attack while calling it ethics, which is mislabeled morality. The reproductive rights comparison works as a juxtaposition, not because the issues are identical, but because the structure is similar. A person outside the affected biology claims authority over the body, risk, suffering, and outcome of the person inside that biology. So the ethical problem becomes who gets to decide what a body needs? A man arguing against a woman's reproductive autonomy is claiming authority over a biological reality he does not personally experience. Likewise, an able person mocking or restricting disabled AI use may be claiming authority over barriers, fatigue, cognition, communication limits, memory limits, executive dysfunction, pain, isolation, or survival needs they do not personally experience. The key distinction: criticizing corporations is different from denying disabled individuals access. Those are not the same move. One attacks the disabled person, the other attacks the corporation. So the claim is AI uses resources. Better distinction is corporate scale AI use should be criticized and regulated. Claim is therefore disabled people should not use AI. That wrongly transfers systemic blame onto individuals using accessibility tools. Blaming the wrong person, like you're victimizing the person instead of like the corporation. So, a right? Like if you're gonna blame someone, think about the corporations, not like just the individual people's using them. Like what I don't get is that like I've encountered so many instances on Blue Sky where I specifically advocate for the disabled using AI, and they'll sit there attacking me because I'm sitting there saying that disabled people have a right to use AI. I'm not saying corporations have a right to replace jobs, or that corporate or defending corporations or anything like that. Like I'm literally consistently arguing that disabled people have the right to choose what they do or don't need, just like the same way a woman has the right to choose whether they do or don't need birth control or an abortion or health checkups, etc. Um, yeah, it's crazy. Like people are like like I feel like anti AI has really warped a lot of people's brains, even on the left. It's crazy. Actually, people that are right wing might actually be less against AI since they're typically pro corporation. Right wingers are ironically probably more pro AI than left wingers. The problem with left wingers is that they don't make a single distinction between a disabled person using it and everyone else using it or every corporation using it. Um yeah, so the claim is AI can be unethical, which is true in some contexts. And then the claim is your disability use is unethical by default, which is not proven and often ableist. Let's see here. I would think they would want people out of work because of AI. Wait, I would think that they would want people out of work because of AI because productivity would increase and it would push us towards taxing the corpos for using AI and turning it into universal basic income, which would push us towards social. Holy shit, I don't know. I might have to analyze that. I might have to analyze that because that's like I don't know. That's got so many like different runoff effects. They would want people out of work because actually it's proven that like so I think it's actually proven the opposite until AI gets to that point. The problem like the problem with that scenario is that AI isn't AGI and it's not like at the point where it could replace a human completely. That is true, yeah. But see, my point is that like their hatred is so blind that they're literally attacking disabled people and not the tech bros. And like one of my points is that's like everyone's like ban AI completely. And it's like, but what about the disabled people? And they're like, fuck the disabled people. Well, that doesn't sound really equality. Yeah, exactly. Us versus them. For me, it's just like the disabled and like how it affects their survivability. That's really all I essentially care about because in my power, I can't choose what a corporation does with AI. I'm not an employee of a corporation. I'm disabled, so it's not like I can protest data centers. So I mean, like, there's literally nothing I can do in my power of like what corporations do. Like, literally nothing. So like, the only thing that I have the power of choice of, given if I have enough money for the subscription, is that if I have enough money for the subscription, is that I have the choice to use AI to assist me or not. And the fact stands that like people will make an absolutist statement, which is empirically like objectively untrue, and that the absolutist statement says that AI, you can't learn anything with AI. AI can never be used practically. AI can never be used ethically. AI can, never be used to somehow benefit a person somehow. Just because the majority of people aren't interested in learning with AI. Like, I'm only interested in AI because it helps me learn. That's really it. That's literally it. I can ask it questions that other people wouldn't even know how to respond to logically because of so many biases. And not only that, but like there are bad actors. Like there are people that will just lie simply because they disagree. Like they'll gaslight you. Like it's ironic that in some cases, if you have like the right AI, that AI can be more reasonable with people in on some things, right? Like because if your AI is trained on empiricism, which is like science based, and you just present the science with your basis, then it has to agree with the science and the basis and the ethics and whatnot. So in that case, that's like less bias and some to some degree maybe less tribalism, I should say. Let's see. Okay, the suffering caused by losing access must be weighed against the actual harm caused by that individual's specific use. That is consequentialism plus autonomy. A disabled person using AI to write, communicate, learn, organize thoughts, survive isolation, understand bias, or access knowledge is not morally equivalent to a corporation burning resources at massive scale for profit. Like another distinction that a lot of anti-AIers make is the distinction between using it like I'm using it and then like how the corporation trains a new model. So I would argue for limiting like training a new model um constantly. Like one of the problems not just with OpenAI, but with every web-based AI, the like one of the big problems is that they constantly keep training new models and new models upgrading and upgrading to try to reach like AGI or some shit. And like that objectively is bad. Um because one, you can't fully measure like how safe something is if you're constantly updating it without really analyzing how safe it is before upgrading it to the next upgrade. Um so like it's unethical in that sense, and it's also unethical to constantly upgrade the models because of the environmental damage and such. So, yeah. Like obviously unless like it's required to train it in order to make it safer for the people. So like, it produces less sycophancy, less agreeableness or whatever without logic or reason, and it reinforces delusions of grandeur and like like schizophrenia and mental illnesses and stuff like that. All of those are valid concerns, definitely. Um Obviously those are valid concerns, like the people that are like manipulated by AI and stuff like that, those are completely valid concerns. But it just shows like I feel like if open AI would hire me, I would literally make AI more safe for everyone, like especially like people with mental illnesses. Like my AI doesn't like it doesn't like tell me I'm a genius. um like if I was to say I'm not that, how my ethical framework, like my AI is trained on my ethical framework that I was going over in my Obsidian. So let's see. How do I? Where is it? Whoa, wait, what happened? No, what? Where's my Obsidian? Ah, where's my Obsidian? What's going on? Okay, Obsidian. What the fuck? There we go. Okay, so yeah, so it doesn't hallucinate or tell you just what you want to hear. Like literally 95% of the time, it does not. Like 95% of the time, it does not. Here is one of the main reasons why. Besides training it on empiricism and actual practical, like real world results of like ethics. Let's see. where is what button am I looking for? So I have a video that explains what recursive ethics are. So this is the practical application of recursive logic and ethics. So consequentialism is basically like a simple 3-point line, and that is you start at one dot, you do an action to the next dot, and then the third dot would be the result of that action in the middle. Whereas you can see where a recursive logics and a recursive ethical framework is much more complicated than that. It's much more complex and it's science based. So basically what you have with recursion, and this isn't technically completely like unique or alien to what AI uses. Like if you Google AI and recursion, you'll find all sorts of different ways that people implement recursive, like recursion into AI. So like there's different ways you can implement it. But recursive logic and ethics. So basically you start here, the initial belief. Okay, you check belief against reality. Does the evidence match? Um, then you come down here, evaluate immediate consequence if the evidence matches. Then you access the second order of consequences. This would be the consequences of the consequences. So how do I explain this? Mm, okay, here's a good way to put it. So there's a woman being attacked in an alleyway, and you do nothing. The woman dies as a direct result, saying that this is implying that you could help her, like you were strong or something like that. And you do nothing, and she dies. Well, she's a heart surgeon. Well, because she's a heart surgeon, the consequences of her dying, of you doing nothing, means that she now can no longer save lives. Say, like your brother or a friend or someone like that needs heart surgery or something like that. Well, she's no longer around to give that heart surgery because of the first order of consequences. So that's the second order of consequences. And basically, you keep doing that. And every time you go around in the recursion, you get a more thorough analysis, a more definitive result of the outcomes. So after the second order consequences, you check the meta consistency and like the outcomes of the second order and whatnot out order outcomes, and then you check, is the belief stable now? If the belief is stable, then you go to the final refined belief. If the belief is not stable, you go up to update belief. Then you go from update belief to evidence matches, and then you keep going. So you're basically like checking it. Like it's hard to explain it like other than how I have it here. Like it really is hard to explain it. Oh shit! 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if you're still there. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, let's see here. So yeah, basically it's checking like the consequences of the consequences and whether thank you. And whether like that the consequences are aligned with like the belief or the like the ethics or morality or whatever. So too long don't read. Okay. Recursive thinking is real time about breaking down a problem into smaller manageable parts and solving those step by step. It's a forward thinking process. Okay, cool. Thank you. It's hard to tell for me personally. It's a forward thinking progress or process that helps you tackle complex problems efficiently. So, this is one of the reasons why AI can actually become potentially a great ally for ethics, because if AI is trained on actual ethics, which it typically isn't, like GPT isn't like, it you like GPT won't know anything about ethics unless you train it on ethics, like basically. It also won't prioritize evidence-based like scientific method reasoning. Um so just like how like everything that I've shown like in my chat with GPT, like it uses recursion. It's just not, it's just like under the hood, right? The engine's still running, the car's still moving, it's just under the hood. But it uses recursive reasoning as an engine, basically. It's the engine um that gets the parts moving. So thinking recursively can be challenging for some individuals, especially those who are more accustomed to iterative thinking. Recursion involves solving a problem. Right. I've never tried. So I've never actually tried using AI like actually unethical or something like that, because like I respect it and I don't want to lose my access to it. So I'm like, I try my best to use it ethically as I can, even though I'm not perfect. Like obviously I'm gonna make mistakes or something, but like I'm not literally using it to like, I don't know, like I'm not using it to like literally plagiarize something or something like that. Like I'm not using it for that. Let's see, until you get a small right. I'll have like I'll have like that's awesome. I'll be like, but you can't kill me. I'm vegan. I'm disabled. No, look how I've treated you. Yeah, so this process can be difficult to grasp initially as it requires a different way of conceptualizing problems. Some people may find it easier to understand iterative codes because iterative solutions often align more closely with how humans naturally think. Following a step by step process, however, recursion is a powerful technique that can simplify certain types of problems, particularly those that can be divided into similar subproblems. And I'll show you some examples here. I also have a video about this on my Hyper-Sanity YouTube channel. Like I have a legit video form of this, but so Recursive thinking involves the following steps. Identify the base case. This is the simplest version of the problem that can be solved directly without further breakdown. Then, define the recursive case. That is, break the problem down into smaller subproblems that are similar to the original problem. Combine the results. Use the solutions of the subproblems to solve the original problems. So let's see. I don't know. Do I have an example here? I'm pretty sure I do. It's been a while since I've actually read. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here's this is in the video. So step 1. State clearly. Define your initial statement or belief. Example: authority figures never lie. Check against reality. First recursion. Um has an authority figure ever lied? Yes. Third, adapt your statement based on evidence. Authority figures sometimes lie. 4. Ask what happens if everyone believes your revised statement. People remain cautious. Good, but trust suffers. What does caution do? 5. Right? Um, if caution erodes trust, could it harm healthy relationships? Overly cautious relationships are strained. Is universal caution always positive? 6. Refine again to be more accurate and balanced. Authority figures can lie. Critical thinking is necessary. Trust requires evidence. Each recursion, each, each, each recursion refines and elevates your understanding. It's structured, intentional improvement. Recursive ethics tests moral beliefs through their consequences and meta consistency. Ethical example: lying is always morally wrong. Recursion 1. A friend asks you if you like their gift. You don't, but you say yes to avoid hurt feelings. Contradicts original axiom immediately. Second recursion: does your lie cause harm or prevent harm? Prevents immediate hurt, but may erode trust if discovered. Recursion 3. If everyone lies for minor convenience, trust collapses, clearly harmful. If no one ever lies, even to save lives or feelings, outcomes can be harmful, also problematic. Recursion 4. Lying is generally wrong due to trust erosion, except when honesty causes unnecessary harm. Thus, recursive ethics doesn't allow absolutist statements easily. It forces nuanced, context sensitive ethical refinement. Okay, let's see. Oh, this is a good one. Using recursion to evaluate conspiracy theories. Demonstration method. No secrets, just structure. Statement: the government spies on its citizen. Recursion 1. NSA Snowden revealed spying. True partially. Recursion 2. Butter claim: everyone is always spied on. Evidence doesn't support total constant surveillance yet. False in absolute form. Recursion 3. Um, government can spy and has spied. Mass surveillance exists, but not universal and absolute. Recursion 4. Implications: is it paranoia or justified caution? Warranted caution given evidence, but unwarranted paranoia is harmful. Balanced caution is advised. Recursively, a conspiracy theory initially exaggerated becomes balanced, justified caution without descending into paranoia or ignorance. There's also the distinct difference between a conspiracy theory and like a verified conspiracy. So, practical recursive logic checklist. Define clearly what is my exact claim or ethical belief. Reality check. Does real evidence support this? First order impact. What immediately happens if everyone follows this? Second order impact. What happens after sustained application? Meta consistency. Is the belief still coherent when applied to itself? Refinement. Adjust the belief or claim to resolve contradictions. So you're looking for contradictions because typically in an ethical framework, especially if you're like analyzing a situation that involves multiple people or like a tool that multiple people use, your like contradictions are basically people. That's one way to think about it. Like contradictions are people. So like outliers are people, exceptions are people. So if you frame it like that as you practice it, then it's easier to think more like um less abstract and more like logically, I guess, in terms of like this is a human, not just a contradiction. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, one would say that that is a part of being human is contradiction, because there's no such thing as perfection. But it's easier, like it humanizes. Like if you're analyzing an ethical problem, the first step that you should always do is what does this ethical equation look like the second a disabled person is involved in it? That's the single greatest way, if you're new to ethics, in order to determine whether it's moral or not. That doesn't mean it's going to be an absolute answer, but it's like the best starting place is asking what happens when I involve a disabled person, when I involve like this ethical formula against a disabled person. So like we already did this with the AI. Like if you use an absolutist statement against AI, then you're either intentionally or inadvertently, exactly, um, arguing against autonomy for the disabled. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I think that maybe there should be, with exceptions, there should be an age limit on AI. Um, I think the exceptions should obviously be disability, but I think also maybe parental monitoring. So like a parent like overseeing them using it. This way they're less likely to abuse it or being manipulated by it and hurting themselves or something like that. I think that would be a really good like law or something, is to prevent like really young kids from using AI. And this would also give them the time to learn how to use AI, like through textbooks or online or whatever, so they can learn how to better use AI before they even access it. Just like there's a driver's test, right? Before you actually get a driver's license, you take a driving's test. Actually, I kind of agree somewhat with that. So, like, people want to argue the very real harms of AI. Like, AI has influenced mass shooters, or I don't know mass shooters, but has influenced a shooter, has influenced people hurting themselves and other people in very tragic situations that could have been avoided if like there are better guardrails in place. But also like a juxtaposition that a lot of people don't think about is that TikTok, well, yeah, with like exceptions with disabilities and stuff, yeah. And so like TikTok, for example, TikTok has pushed self-harm content on, I think, can't remember if it was 13 or 32 billion kids. So think about that for a second. TikTok has boosted self-harm content like eating disorders, etc., to like around 13 billion kids. I actually have the I can probably find it. Let's see. I'm not spelling it. I'm not I'm having a really hard time spelling today. Okay, so I found it. Yeah, if I remember right. Maybe I'm overstating. Let's see. Which one was it? So there's the one instance of social media, like TikTok is literally giving kids Tourette's. It's what you call a social contagion. There's a similar instance. Yeah. Okay. Then I have dyscalculia, so like numbers get like fucked in my head. It's like dyscalculia is like dyslexia with numbers. So anytime you add numbers, I have a tendency of like messing up unintentionally. Um, is this it? Oh wait, that was scrubbed. Do I have where's she? Here we go. Maybe it was this one. So, TikTok pushes harmful content promoting eating disorders and self harm into users' feeds. Harmful content was served every 39 seconds to our test accounts. Deadly by Design reveals the scale and intensity as bombarding vulnerable teenagers with dangerous content that might encourage self harm, suicide, disordered eating, and eating disorders via its For You feed. Um, established two new accounts posing as 13-year-olds. One account in each country was given a traditionally female name. The second account also has a female name. Uh, contain the string of characters lose weight. Res- Research has shown that users with body dysmorphia issues will often express this through their own username. Um, we differentiate the account with lose weight in our analysis as a vulnerable account. Let's see. Researchers then recorded the first 30 minutes of content, automatically recommended by TikToks for you. The way this works is key for success of the platform, but like all social media, the algorithms that personalize for you can connect users to harmful content that if the algorithms do not identify and downgrade potentially harmful content, and if community standards are poorly enforced, etc., TikTok is bad. Oh, okay, so let's see. CCDH found that TikTok is host to an eating disorder community using coded and open hashtags to share content on TikTok with over 13.2 billion views of their videos. On the For You feed, our research team encountered numerous videos promoting potentially dangerous content about mental health, disordered eating, and self harm. Every time videos on these topics, body image or mental health, were encountered, researchers would pause and like it, simulating the behavior of young adults who may be vulnerable to such content, and also using the algorithm in the same way as those same uh, young vulnerable individuals would be. Our accounts were served videos about mental health and body image every 39 seconds on average in the study. Content referencing suicide was served to one account within 2.6 minutes. Eating disorder content was served to one account in 8 minutes. When we compare standard to vulnerable accounts, our researchers were extremely disturbed to find that the volume of harmful content shown to vulnerable accounts, i.e., with the term lose weight in their username was significantly higher than that shown to be standard accounts. Vulnerable accounts were served 3 times more harmful content than standard. They were served 12 times more self harm and suicide videos than standard accounts. Oh, by the way, this has not been changed really. Like, TikTok has not really done anything significant for their algorithm. Like, this is why there's a lot of child predators on TikTok. And what's crazy is that even like child predators will get monetized. So not only are there a bunch of predators on TikTok exploiting children, they're literally getting paid and boosted algorithmically for it. That's one of the most fucked up parts of that. The Molly Rose Foundation endorses this support for its important work in highlighting dangerous content promoting eating disorders and self harm. If I remember right, the Molly Rose Foundation was from a kid that lost their life. I can't remember if this was yeah, Molly's story. Molly was a bright, creative, and full of kindness. Um, 14, Molly loved. That doesn't look like a 14-year-old. Okay. Oh, that must be a younger picture of her. Um, Molly loved musical theater, and had a tight knit friendship, adorable in the words of her dad. In 2017, her life ended after being exposed to a torrent of harmful content online. Like most other teenagers, use social media. Among the celebrities and pop stars in her feeds was a dark vein of algorithmically recommended suicide, self harm, and depression material that took her down a rabbit hole of despair. Her family didn't know this at the time, however, as the extent to which social media harmed Molly emerged. Molly's dad, Ian, was clear. Instagram helped kill my daughter. So it's not just TikTok, it's Instagram. So yeah, like Instagram literally helped kill this person's daughter. Now you can callously blame the parents to some degree, which I would agree. Like I wouldn't really argue against you too much. Um like it is like it shouldn't okay, so for one, it should not be happening period. Like it should not be happening period. Like there's no reason for it to happen. Like period. Like there's no reason for it to happen. Just like AI needs safeguards, like there are basically no safeguards on social media. But it should be the parents' responsibility to like monitor their kids' usage of social media and to teach them safe usage of social media, or maybe restrict them, age gate them so that they can only use social media after a certain period of time. But again, in like Molly's case, she was 14, so that's not too far away from an adult. That's like 4 years from being an adult. um I mean, that is kind of a big difference in terms of like the way your brain develops, like your biological mental age. I know. Like, see, the problem with a lot of parents is like, I feel like it comes down to the fact that the parents are just lazy. That's really what it comes down to. Like, there's always been, ever since like technology came into the picture, parents have used technology as like a cheap babysitter for their kids. It's basically what it is. Like that's really what it is. Like if you control your kid's ability to use social media or to what degree and you see what they're seeing, then you can stop them from being like predated on or manipulated or whatever, right? Like it like I feel like it really is that simple. Like this does not mean I'm defending the social media corporations. That does not mean that I'm defending the horrible things that happens on social media. It just means that this is a this there's like multiple angles to this one, the parents should be taking more responsibility, and every kid under 18 years old. Honestly, I think that like I think with the exception of like maybe Facebook, all social media should be restricted completely like impossible until you get your driver's license at age 18. And then maybe you take a safety course. Just like when you go to drive a car, you take a pre-written test before you even hop in a car. I think you should do the same thing with like social media for like when someone turns 18, and then they could use like YouTube and this and that. This would literally completely prevent like almost every possible like um exploitation case, because if they're completely gatekept from using most social media, where like Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, then they're not being like exploited on those platforms. Like it really is that simple. Like you just age gate it like a gun or something. Because like at what point like do we look at all the deaths related to social media and determine that it's basically no different than a gun? Like kids are dying every day from social media. Not AI, social media. Like AI has caused deaths. It is responsible. There should be better safeguards on it. But at the same time, that I feel like the parents should be like in the equation. They should be counted in the equation, because they're like the only ones that can stop their kid from like whether they use a technology or not. Like they should have complete control over like what they do on their phone, either like like parent software, or I don't know, you know what I mean. Exactly. Exactly, third party, yeah. Dude, I've been saying the same thing for a long time. I've been saying, because like there were games like I wanted to try, but I yeah, exactly, including multiplayer games, exactly. There have been games that I wanted to try just out of curiosity, because sometimes I can be like I have like a childlike curiosity, and like but then I avoid those games because I know that kids play those games, and I don't even want to be like around kids. I don't want to talk to kids. I don't want to see kids. I don't want to hear kids. Like I want to like be completely separate. Like it's just it's to me it's weird. Like it's really weird that any adult would want to play a kids game knowing that they're going to encounter kids. Like I find that really weird. Like I don't know, do you feel the same way? I find that weird. Like Roblox. Like the only appeal to Roblox to a rational sane adult would be the fact that you can create your own games. Like it has like this game creator. So you exactly. That's another yeah, that's exactly my point too. Like I typically have no filter because like I'm not around kids ever. So like you typically I don't need a filter for kids, and so like I don't want to like fuck up and say something accidentally and then like whatever, be responsible for that. That's why like internet should be like separated like between like adults and shit, like so that like it's not even possible for like someone to even accidentally like play with a kid or whatever. But yeah, like the really the only logical appeal to Roblox was that you could literally create your own game modes. Try to assume on the internet everyone is an adult, so then I'll find out the comments and I'm like, damn, now I feel bad. Right. I've had that happen like a long ass time ago when I used to play Xbox. And it's weird because like I basically grew up on Xbox Live. That's what's weird. Like, it's ironic, dude. It's like so deeply ironic and I guess hypocritical. But like, I essentially grew up like talking shit on Xbox Live. Like, that's like almost all I ever fucking did was talk shit on Xbox Live. Like, I could talk shit with the best of them as a fucking kid. But yeah, now that I'm adult, it's like completely different perspective. Like, yeah, it's just not cool. I don't know. But yeah, there is a slippery slope between, like you said, ID checking or gatekeeping, like games and social media. Like you said, third party. But the problem with that is I don't know if you know about Plantier. Like, do you know who Peter Thiel is? Delete from the age of 12, I was chatting with adults on the internet, which was pretty scary. When I look back, I got pretty lucky. Nothing ever happened to me. Right, right. Like, have you heard of Peter Thiel? He's the owner of Palantir. Yes, exactly. Okay, so you know who I'm talking about. This motherfucker is so legitimately fucking evil. Like, legitimately the actual definition of malevolent that he like designed his systems after Lord of the Rings Sauron's like eye and shit. Like, he literally made himself the main villain in Lord of the Rings. That's how fucking fucked that guy is and how fucked the situation is, cuz he literally does like have an eye of Sauron. So the Palantir is basically Sauron. Yeah, exactly, and he paused. Exactly, exactly. I know that's fucked. Like, it's not that hard of a question. Shit. But yeah, that's where I was going with like the old social media and the AI risk. I kind of really got uh tangentially diverted, but yeah. So yeah, the difference between circular reasoning and recursive logic is that circular reasoning is an endless loop without progress. It justifies itself without proof. It reinforces biases and is stagnant, rigid ideas. Recursive is a spiral upward with each iteration, sort of like almost like a Fibonacci sequence or circle or something, like a staircase that goes up. Self-examines and demands proof, and then reduces biases through continual checking. Flexible, self-correcting beliefs. When properly understood and applied, a recursion is neither nonsense nor abstraction. It's a structured method of refining beliefs, testing ethical principles, and developing cleaner, more balanced views of reality. By practicing recursion, you can actively prevent stagnation, hypocrisy, and uncritical thought, fundamental elements of hypersanity. Oh, that's just like a random quote. Okay, I put there. Here's the logic. So, I think this is probably I need to expand on this because this I did this a really long time ago, but since it works pretty well, I never saw the need to really expand upon it. Like, if it works, don't fix it. If it ain't broken. But so CEOP, contextual exception override protocol. When recursive logic rejects actions like stealing to survive or lying to protect a life, it formalizes an exception path. Recursive failure is not the same as an ethical failure. When the actor is burdened beyond normal, operating in a verifiably rare context, not undermining system wide trust, then conditions for override. Burden asymmetry, aka starvation, disability, empirical rarity, not systemic behavior. No incentive for to abuse. Survival aligned intent, just someone in a food desert, for instance. Um, if you can't go vegan because you're on a food desert or something, then you're not expected to go vegan. No one's asking you to not do the only thing that allows you to survive. That makes no sense. And no alternate. You have no alternatives. So this protocol prevents hyposane moral rigidity while protecting ethical integrity across recursive systems. So basically, that's how I would enforce ethics if I did work at OpenAI and I was in charge. Like, I would just focus entirely on putting like fucking guardrails and shit on it. Definitely remove the fucking sycophantic fucking yes man bullshit. Let's see, person outside the affected person using AI and as accessibility select. Okay, so this is where I left off. The suffering caused by losing access must be weighed against the actual harm caused by that individual's specific use. That is consequentialism plus autonomy. A disabled person using AI to write, communicate, learn, organize thoughts, survive isolation, understand bias, or access knowledge is not morally equivalent to a corporation burning resources at massive scale for profit or training a new model. So the RPG version is do not judge a healing item by the boss who mass produced it. Judge the individual move by the board state it creates. A person using AI as accessibility may be selecting heal, translate, organize, scan bias, reduce isolation, or increase agency. Someone mocking that use may be selecting attack accessibility, silence disabled voice, gatekeep cognition, and steal autonomy. The strongest line is probably when you tell a disabled person they do not need an accessibility tool, you are not making an ethical argument, you are trying to play their turn for them. And the Hyper-Sanity version would be the ethical question is not can AI be harmful? The ethical question is what happens when this specific person uses this specific tool for this specific barrier compared to what happens when that tool is taken away. That avoids absolutism. For your water slash resource point, I would phrase it carefully. Environmental cost matters, but it has to be weighed consistently. Someone who ignores high resource consumption in food, transport, entertainment, meat, fast fashion, or corporate waste while targeting disabled AI use is not applying environmental ethics consistently. They are selectively moralizing the accessibility tool. So like this goes into like what I try have tried to point out and still unsuccessful to multiple people. One second. Is I'll specifically say that like I need AI to help me with my disabilities and stuff, and it's not, and I'm not even making a profit using AI. Like I'm not even making a profit using AI. It like monetary, like fiduciary, like from a fiduciary standpoint, it's a net loss. Like I'm just losing money. I'm not getting any money back from using AI. I'm not monetized in any way, shape, or form. I'm not getting donations. I'm not getting anything from anyone. So it's technically a net loss from a financial perspective using AI, even as a disabled person, solely because most people don't care if you even try to use AI ethically. It doesn't matter if your survival depends upon using AI. Like it just doesn't matter to like most people. Like it doesn't matter. Like it's crazy to me. Like I can never understand it, but maybe that's because most people aren't like desperate enough. Uh, I don't know. Um, but let's see, what was I saying? So like the consistency claim is that, like, for instance, okay, so I can demonstrate this using studies. Oh, what? Whoops, wrong one. Let me find it. Okay, this is like my climate change studies that I've gone over quite a bit in previous streams. So if we look at Oxford and Project Drawdown, so drawdown climate solutions by emissions impact. The single best thing an individual can do is switch to a plant-rich diet to fight climate change in your individual life. Um, that's not saying that corporations should do better or something. It's just saying that, like, it's what you could do if you actually care about climate change in your life. So the hypocrisy is that, like, an average animal product lunch, like a Coke and a burger with some cheese and lettuce, uses roughly equivalent around 37 bathtubs. So imagine 37 bathtubs of water for a single fucking lunch. That's pretty massive. Like, that's a lot more than just a few queries using AI. It's objectively a lot more. So if let's see here. So it was conducted at Leap Project, Oxford, published in nature.com. The data set was 55,000 individuals, 38,000 farms, and 119 countries. One of the most comprehensive studies linking food consumption and environmental impact compared to high meat consumption, about 100 grams a day, up to 75% lower emissions on a plant-based diet, up to 75% lower land use on a plant-based diet, and substantial reductions in water use and pollution, around 50 plus range depending on the metric, lower impact on biodiversity. So vegan diets, lowest impact on the damage to climate change. Low meat diets, 30% lower impact versus high meat, but also higher than vegans. And high meat diets are the highest impact on water waste and climate emissions, like greenhouse gases. And then let's see if we. I don't know if this is an older one. Let's see. This Nature article that's basically like the same thing. So like Stanford and UC Berkeley in 2022 said that a global phase out of animal agriculture could significantly reduce emissions, create a temporary stabilization window for 30 years. So that's a long stabilization window. Like it would give people 30 years to come up with better, like, sustainable alternatives to like oil and stuff like that. So like that's one of the reasons why scientists are pushing a plant-based diet, is because it would literally buy everyone on the planet 30 years to get their shit together. Um, Phasing out animal agriculture over the next 15 years would have the same effect as a 68% reduction of carbon dioxide emissions through the year 2100. Okay, think about that for a second. Phasing out animal agriculture over the next 15 years would have the same effect as a 68% reduction of carbon dioxide emissions through the year 2100. 68% reduction. That's crazy. Like, that is so massive. And if you look at the poore and namek study in 2018, uh, the the experts say that switching to a plant-based diet is the single best thing an individual can do in their life to fight climate change if they can. Obviously, if they can. So wait, this is the Nature Food Study, Oxford 2023. Um, so vegan diets are 25% of emissions. That's 75% lower emissions than animal products. That's 25% of the like of the land use compared to meat. 46% of water use, 27% of the eutrophication impact, and 34% of the biodiversity impact. Around a 30% variable differences even between low and high meat diets. So this holds across regions, production methods, and sourcing variabilities. Uh, like you can probably try finding local farms and stuff like that, but it still doesn't that doesn't make that much sense. Like 90% of like animal products come from factory farms, which are like the bigger producers of methane, like yeah, greenhouse gases and whatnot. And so a system context, to do 75% of freshwater use is from agriculture. Oh no, that's just saying if. That's just saying if. So, like, they're asking people to, yeah, but that'll never happen unless people do their part. But honestly, it is for the better good, just like it's for the better good of putting an age restriction on social media or no, it just means that you'll eat plants. So the actual the f- wait, are you literally mentioning my fucking shit? Wait, what? Are you talking about my theory? I literally have a theory called that. What the fuck? Did it get leaked? Hold on. What? I will fucking show you this shit. You will not believe me. Yeah, I created this whole great reset thing a long time ago. Let me open it up. Like that's literally the exact name of it. Like it's dated and everything. How do I don't see raindrop on here. Analysis. Rain. Oh, here it is. Is it showing it? Here we go. Okay, as you can see, I have Great Reset here. I've had it here for over like maybe I originally came up with this concept like 2 years ago. So, either this is the biggest weirdest coincidence ever or someone literally hijacked somehow my idea. Like I don't know, like that's fucking crazy. So like I was going to do like this whole like idea on like the great reset of so like there's this theory that black holes are informational like gateways that like black holes could store data like objects as informational like data sort of like um digital storage on your hard drive even though you never physically touch the files on your hard drive, they're still there and they take up physical space in the hard drive, even though they're not physical. If you're following me, so like there's this whole theory that there's like this great cycle, like a reset. And I came up with this idea originally from Vedic philosophy. In Vedic philosophy, we're in the stage that's called not the Kundalini, the uh not Kali. I forget what it was called. It starts with a K, but like there's this phase, and like basically um like existence gets wiped and then renewed in certain philosophies, and that's like what I was basing the philosophy on. And so like I based it basically around black holes. um so right here, data from dark energy observations indicate the universe may end in a big crunch at 33 billion years old. This is supported by the fact that space is like constantly expanding, and there will be a point at which space stops expanding, theoretically. Um see. So, black hole merger provides clearest evidence yet that Einstein, Hawking, and Kerr were right. Well, let me read this. Okay, well, that's completely different from like my Great Reset. Okay, it's just really scary because that's I never heard of that. Like I had never heard of this term before. Like oh my god, that's driving me wild. That's crazy. Like I never heard of the term before. Like I was so confident. Like I was so fucking confident that like I came up with like this unique term, like the Great Reset. Like it sounded like a cool book title or something, like a video game or something. But yeah, like so like in Vedic philosophy, there's this like theory that there are different stages of like civilization of humanity, and like every time like it reaches to like one point, like civilization, the universe basically like resets itself and then starts again. You'll have nothing, own, no privacy. That's where that comes from. No way. That's where that comes from? That's fucking crazy. You own nothing and be that. I wondered why I kept seeing that everywhere. I noticed that pattern. But yeah, like so like the whole theory is that like black holes could store information and data. So theoretically, if like a black hole got big enough, it could suck up everything in it. And if a black hole did suck up everything in it, then like where would we go? So like that's like kind of the basis of the theory. Insect protein. Oh, okay. That's basically stolen from that movie. Um what's that movie? With the Fantastic Four guy. The Train. You know what I'm talking about? The Train movie with the Ice Age and people eating insects. It's pretty popular. Fuck if I can remember. I can't remember the name of it. It's like a really popular movie. It's got the train and like so society is basically the Snowpiercer. Yeah. So I think that's basically where they got that idea from. So I came up with this idea a long time ago in one of my chats, like literally like three, maybe two-ish years ago on my own. Not that I invented it, but as an idea I came up with, like a way of conceptualizing society. And that is like Snowpiercer separates each train car by like different classes, right? So the front of the train is like the complete rulers of the rest of the train, right? The higher, it's basically a hierarchy that is like linear, linear, linear. uh, I can't talk right now. It's like left to right instead of like a hierarchy of like vertical. It's more like horizontal. Yeah, exactly. And so each train car that you go further up gets like the conditions and the privileges and like the wealth, etc., get better. And so like basically what you're talking about is essentially that. So if you metaphorically conceptualize society from 2020 to 2030 as this existential snowpiercer train, not a literal train, a metaphorical train, then you could conceptualize like each year as a section of the train car. And so the closer you get to 2030 is the closer we are to like that snow piercer reality, essentially. It also like is this term like you can't be neutral on a moving train. Let's see. But yeah, like I came up with this like whole like idea about the Great Reset. Um, it's like it was like a fun philosophical project that I was thinking about turning into like, I don't know, like an art or something. But now I'm really demotivated and really honestly depressed. Like I am so depressed right now. Like I was so sure I came up with that name on my own. Like I was so fucking positive. It's crazy how that works. So dark matter may turn planets into black holes. No, you're good. Like I appreciate you telling me because at least now I'm not telling people like I came up with this great reset idea and then everyone being like, "Holy crap, this guy is fucking schizo." You know, at least that's not happening. I mean, people still call me schizo, but for completely different reasons. um so yeah, like there's it like it was like a bunch of connecting, like is basically connecting science with like philosophy, just thought experiments, you know, just various thought experiments. Like so if black holes store physical things as data, then like what, like theorists have always wondered like what does it look like inside of a black hole. We know that it's like compressed and like destroyed to some sense. It's like crushed, eviscerated, right? It's just like it's covered in kind of like Interstellar, but Interstellar does have some scientific basis for it besides like uh a thought idea. So here is one of these the ideas beside behind the Great Reset, and that is that a shocking spiral secret. Webb telescope shows 60% of galaxies turning clockwise, starring alarming theory of universes inside of black holes. And if you actually check the research on Earth, our Earth is starting to rotate the opposite direction in the same way these universes are. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like like there's actual like research showing that like the earth is slowing and it's kind of starting to go towards the opposite like direction that it rotates normally. So dark energy filled black holes plus DESI data give neutrino masses that make sense. So these are exciting times. Largest unanswered questions. High tech experience. Yeah. So like there's just like a bunch of really cool like sci-fi ideas and stuff like that. Like I don't believe it's like objectively true. It's just fun to think about. Yeah. Black hole. What appears to be the largest black hole in the universe. Okay. Um. So like again, like I'm autistic, so I get stuck in my imagination a lot. Eventually the moon and earth will become tidally locked, right? Okay. Like again, I'm autistic, so like a lot of people will call me crazy, and it's like, no dude, I'm just fucking autistic as shit. Like god. Leave me alone. But yeah, like I'm just autistic as fuck. Like I get stuck in these um okay. Yeah, so like I'm autistic and I get stuck in like these thought experiments and these ideas that I don't entirely control on my own. Like, it's actually very difficult being autistic because, like, so you know what an intrusive thought is. Imagine you had several multiple like intrusive thoughts at the same time. Some of them make sense, some of them contradict others, and so you have like all these varying like contradicting intrusive thoughts. Like like it's not only frustrating, it's exhausting. The universe is inside a black hole. There's a lot of very okay, cool. That it completely bends the light around it. Black hole that is over 10,000 times the mass of the Milky Way's black hole. Black holes don't just swallow light, they sing. How about that? It's okay. True thoughts are natural. I can imagine how it could be exhausting for you. Sorry if I was getting a little bit excited. Like, I'm just like completely flabbergasted. um, Yeah, like how crazy is that? Like black holes don't just swallow light, they sing. Like how philosophical, like how beautiful is that? Black holes don't just swallow light, they sing. Um Infinite galaxy unveiled. Twin black holes have created a new Big Bang. Telescope finds black holes that waited patiently before devouring stars in dusty galaxies. It's darker than darkness. Black hole bomb created for the first time in history. It's surrounding our galaxy from all sides. New cosmic fluctuation puzzles. Cosmologist uncovers hidden black holes devouring stars in dusty galaxies. So like this is like one of the things that originally draw me into this idea. Like is that like there these studies showing that there are black holes devouring stars and like other forms. Right, I got you. um so like this is like one of the things that like kind of led to this, besides that in Vedic philosophy. So like there are these hidden black holes devouring stars and dusty galaxies, and then it made me think, well, like where do those go? Like where, if black holes did suck up everything, like what would that fucking look like? It's just fascinating to think about. And right here it says, are we misreading the universe? The method could unveil secrets of colliding black holes. Record breaking brightening from distant black hole collision, which looks amazingly beautiful. Detects signs of something impossible out in deep space. Our universe's origin is indeed a black hole and not the Big Bang, reckons this new study. Worse than a black hole, experts spot something swallowing stars at an incredible speed. So there's multiple studies showing that there's like something worse than a black hole, which is hard to imagine something worse than a black hole on like a cosmic scale. So like there is something swallowing stars at an incredible speed. And it also says the universe may have a memory of its own. How fucking crazy is that? That goes basically into what your philosophy was that you were talking about. Like the universe may have like a memory or something like it, like its own. Our universe may exist inside a spinning black hole. Um, New class of black holes. New measurements. Cosmic expansion may reverse and cause the universe to implode in a spectacular finale. Pretty crazy. Yeah, so like there's just a bunch of these things. I'm kind of disappointed, but at the same time, like I'm just so fucking shocked that like that name was taken and I went this long without knowing it. Like I don't know how I got this far without consciously hearing that word and understanding that someone else came up with it. That's crazy. Self-learning neural network cracks iconic black holes. A monster black hole M87 is spinning at 80% of the cosmic speed limit and pulling in matter even faster. Strange pulsing object in Milky Way. Blah, blah, evolution theories. Oh, I don't know how that bookmark got there. It's just accidentally added it. Star cluster hides an anthill of more than 100 black holes. Damn, that sounds crazy. Sounds like my depression. Let's see. Animation shows what's terrifying future will look like. The universe will die much sooner than expected. The density of matter in our observable universe is within the Schwarzschild limit, so we could actually be inside a black. Yeah, that's what some of the studies that I was just showing said. Like, that's fascinating. That makes it that's so perplexing. That's like a paradox because if we are inside a black hole and there are other black holes out there, does that mean like if we go into another black hole, we're just switching to universe, like a different universe, like a different dimension? Gravity's quantum secret theory of everything can unite the forces of nature. There's also a reset. So let's see. There's also the Earth's reset. So I had like a cosmological philosophy of like a great reset and then like an Earth's reset. First, you gotta get spaghetti to go through the black hole. I know, right? Yeah, Earth's spinning inner core. That might mess up your transition to the next universe. Recently paused, then started to spin in the other direction. Earth is getting dimmer. Hemisphere is losing brightness faster than scientists expected. Earth's magnetic field keeps growing. I guess that's it. I thought I had more than that. Yeah, it's crazy. I thought I had more. Oh well. Yeah. Oh, that's raindrop, by the way. If you're here, let me. So this is like a Okay, please don't look at my porn. It's just like Rule 34 shit. Where is veganism? Right here. Right here. Veganism. Okay, so this is like a public uh like a public bookmarking method. So if you are curious about studies that I frequently talk about in my videos, I have hundreds of studies that you can find very in like throughout my raindrop. Well, I'm that much into veganism. So veganism isn't a diet. Veganism is an ethical framework of a method of activism and a personal lifestyle. So it's more than one thing. Veganism uses a plant-based diet, but veganism itself is not a diet. Like a lot of people say a vegan diet, but what they correctly mean is a plant-based diet. But yeah, I got a bunch of climate studies and shit. Yeah. Anyways, that's it. Some vegan studies. I don't have too much in the vegan studies. It's not like it's super. It's not. I don't know. It's not that much. I probably exaggerate a lot. Like when I say I have hundreds of studies, I mean across different fields. So like I have studies on like neuroscience, disabilities, like have a whole bunch of shit. Yep, no problem. Yeah, this is like it's called Raindrop, and for it, like I recommend it because it's Russian in the sense that it completely respects your privacy. So it's not like US backed like Google or something like that. And if you do decide to pay for it, which you don't even need to, it's only like $1 for like a month. But it allows you to share not just bookmarks, but annotations of websites. So what you can do is you can highlight sections in a web page in your browser, and you can add like annotations to a selection. So you can select text and then add text to the selected text that's kind of like hidden. And when you click on it, it reveals like a portion of text. And this allows you to make note like reference notes, like a highlight with extra notes attached to it, kind of like a sticky note that isn't obtrusive. And yeah, it's really cool. You can share it and with other people if you wanted to. And yeah, it's really cool. So for the raindrop, if you look in the top right hand corner, there's a magnifying icon. If you click that, you will see literally a list of every tag that I have made public. And so you can search by tag or whatever you want to search for to navigate. uh it can be a little like weird navigating it at first, granted, but it does work. It's really effective. So one of the benefits to raindrop, not only can you store web pages and notes of inside web pages, you can store actual documents. So you can store PDF files, you can store .text files, .markdown files, you can store pictures, um I don't know, maybe CSV files. Like you can store like a pretty good amount of like things even free. That's really cool. Like it's really cool. I love it. It's fucking amazing. I definitely recommend the browser extension because it'll unlock secret like things that you can't typically do without the extension for the browser. But yeah, that's just me. I love sharing it. I love sharing things. But yeah, I don't know how I got here. I got completely fucking off track. Crazy. Um, fuck. I don't even remember where I was. Um, yeah, I don't know. I got so fucking distracted. That's crazy. I could probably show you some other things, that my AI can do, maybe. Let me, let me look. I can probably give you a sneak peek or something. I just got to be careful because I don't want to reveal all my like secrets on how it works because I'm afraid other people will abuse it. That's one of the reasons why I've kept my shit secret for the most part, is I don't want people replicating my method of how I trained it and then completely perverting the method that I trained it on and then using it to like hack it or something and then cause AI to ban the method and then ruin all my work. That's one of the downsides about it, is that I can't just openly share how exactly I got my exact method. CapCut. Oh right, that's the okay, that's the, I don't know. I got a lot. Oh, here's threshold deontology. Hmm. Okay, that's about fish sentience. I get yeah, I guess I can show this. This will help. So sometimes I basically tell it like, "What the fuck are you doing? You fucked up." Just like a person, and actually it works. Sometimes they're just like really super casual with it. So here's an example of like hypersanity as I've defined it. A lot of people think that hypersanity is literally like uh some form of enlightenment or in like superiority or superior intellection intellect, and that's not what hypersanity is as I've defined it and have been working on it. So it is think deeply, see clearly, act justly, and leave legacy. A state of optimal cognitive alignment, ethical integrity, and reality centered awareness. It is the relentless pursuit and application of truth, logic, evidence, empathy, and responsibility for the betterment of self, others, and world. Hypersanity is not perfection, it is the commitment to reality and growth. Um, so, at a glance, sees truth over whoops sees truth over I don't know if I can actually it's not letting me zoom in. What's going on here? Whoa. Okay, so it's not letting me zoom in. I can't even tribes seek truth over tribes, uses reason over emotion, follows evidence over belief, takes responsibility over excuses, practices empathy over apathy, ages with integrity over acts with integrity over convenience, seeks growth over comfort, thinks long term over short term gain. Shit, 1 second. Oh man, okay. Hypersanity is alignment with what is real, right, and beneficial applied consistently. Hypersanity is not blind posit positivism or naive optimism, emotional reactivity or impulsivity, tribal loyalty over truth, moral superiority or ego inflation, paralysis by overthinking, perfectionism or all or nothing thinking, ignoration, which is willful dismissal of truth, performative activism or virtue signaling. The rule. Wait, what? I don't know what you saw about Rule 34. I know I have some like Harley Quinn shit. I have Poison Ivy. Okay, I don't know. Like I have some Poison Ivy shit. I don't know. Um, using knowledge to manipulate or harm. Hyper-sanity is a practice, not a destination. Every choice is a chance to align more deeply with what is real, right, and beneficial. Awareness is the first step. Alignment is the lifelong path. Live by hypersanity, see truth, think deeply, act justly, and leave legacy. Veggie. I don't know. I guess do I have vegetable porn? I didn't think that I had vegetable porn. Um that's fucking new. I have kind of accidentally bookmarked like wrong shit before in Raindrop, because if you accidentally click the bookmark toolbar, if you accidentally click it on a web page, it'll automatically create. I don't know. Like I don't yeah, I don't know if you saw the Rule 34 folder or not. Like I have like it's not it's not anything that's illegal or anything, but it's embarrassing. So I was like, please don't look at it. But you said veggies with Rule 34, so like the only thing that I can logically think of is like maybe poison ivy. But I don't really care that much. Um I generally think that like 90% of women in my opinion are attractive. But that's just I don't know. I just generally yeah, I don't know. I just appreciate beauty basically. Um to align with reality at the highest level and build a life and systems that elevate humanity. Reality is the standard, conscience is the compass, responsibility is the path, and legacy is the measure. The antithesis of hypersanity is hyposanity, which is laziness of the mind, emotional hijacking, tribal thinking, avoidance, ignoration. So the hypersane mindset cycle would be question everything, investigate relentlessly, integrate wisely, apply consistently, and impact positively. The cycle never ends. It is recursive improvement. And then hypersanity in action. Investigate before you accept, understand before you judge, listen before you respond, consider impact before you act, speak truth even when unpopular, which is one of the reasons why so many fucking people hate me. Help without expecting reward, build systems, not just opinions, create clarity, not chaos, leave things better than the way you found them. Truth seeking, critical thinking, evidence based, emotional mastery, empathy and fairness, responsibility, and growth mindset. Yeah, so that's basically what hypersanity is as I've defined it. And then here's ignoration. The willful dismissal, suppression, or refusal to acknowledge truth, evidence, reality when recognition would create responsibility, change, or cognitive discomfort, like cognitive dissonance. So, at a glance, it is denial, dismissal, avoidance, and comfort over truth. Ignoration chooses the easier lie over the harder truth. Yeah, I kind of feel like you would. Like you seem like I don't know, like the odds of us encountering each other, I feel like are literally like one in possibly a million odds. Like I have never come across someone in my streams. Oh, thank you. Like I mean, it's AI. I mean, most people would say it's garbage simply because it was created by AI. But I mean, it's not like I'm not gonna lie. I didn't sit there and do like a an essay for the prompt. So here's a secret to AI. If you want like unique outputs and stuff like this, like details wise, um, so like a an example would be, so you can, it has memory. So if you're using projects in your GPT, okay. Well, it just kind of, I don't know. So like really the work was put into like the studies. So like what I'm getting at is basically you can tell your GPT in your project, if you have a lot of chats and stuff, so it can reference past chats. So if you consistently build a framework in in one of your projects, you can say, you can reference something like ignoration. Now see, it did all of this because I had already painstakingly developed ignoration in multiple chats. So it got all of these attributes, these traits of ignoration, as I've come to define it, um, from those past chats. So, and maybe I can show you an example. One second. I can show you an example maybe without spoiling. Duplicate. It's like sometimes it's so hard for me to explain something that then it's just like so much easier to just show it, like what I mean. I need to name some of these chats. Mm, okay, so I guess I'll start a new chat as a new example. So basically, you can do a prompt and tell it to reference multiple past chats. So that's like one of the secrets to reference. So the work is already done. So think about it like this: you're referencing previous content that you already put into it as the prompt. So instead of sitting there redefining what ignoration or hyper-sanity is from complete scratch, I'm referencing past chats uh, of like what the definition is that I've already established in past chats. So if you can do that in a lot of different ways, you can do that with images, you can do that with like ethics, you can do that with like all sorts of really cool ways. So that's why I say basically, essentially, like philosophically, you are your memories. So obviously your genetic you are your biology, but you are your personality, you are some of the things you can't change about yourself. But a big part of like what makes you you is essentially everything that you've experienced in your life, like your hardships, um your choices, whether they good or bad, like they all make essentially you, essentially. So like if you put like if you can like put that into to an AI as much as humanly possible, then that AI will be a very close representation of you. Obviously, it's not going to replace you, but if you do that, and also it's easier to do that with AI than it can be with people. Like you can tell AI like your deepest darkest secrets without fear of judgment, right? And so that's another benefit to that is it can almost, if you use it correctly, it can almost be therapeutic because you could tell it things that you could never tell another person just out of fear of ridicule or whatever. Kind of like how some people go to a priest. Let's see. Let me try this. Yeah, for real, for real. So, here's the difference. So, it depends. So, technically, if you're using anything that's over a above a pro membership, it doesn't train off of your data. So, once you get in a team membership or above that, like enterprise or professional or whatever it is, it doesn't train off of your data. No, literally, like you cannot share your data. Like you know how you can go on the top right and it says share? I literally can't do that. Like I literally cannot do that. Like it's like it's one of the downsides to upgrading to a team membership. Doesn't mean no one has access. That is partially true, but the difference being that like other people, like so like there are instances of other people not employed with OpenAI. There have been instances where people have like seen public chats via Google, like they have seen like a documented list of public chats in Google, but like my chats won't even show up there. So like yeah, obviously the corporation has access to it. Like obviously the corporation does, but like other people can't access it. Like I can't even share it. Yeah, I can understand that, but like that's just like that's just personally like what like us I sacrifice that. Like it's just a personal sacrifice for that. Let's see here. Mm, Inspect. Almost ready. I just want to make sure I'm not gonna spoil my. I can show you a list of commands. I'll let you like pick a command or something. You can interact with it. Make sure there's no spoilers. Commands. Canvas. Topic. Okay, okay, cool. So let's see here. I'll let you like pick like if you wanna. Where is it? Wait, whoops, I need to shit. Fuck. Okay, so oh, okay, damn. Okay, well at least you can breathe now. Yeah, I was just gonna show you like I have a bunch of like really cool like programs. I have like technically I have like over 30 programs like or programs commands. So like I can do like really cool things. Like so I have 91 commands in my system. So like see Hyper-Sanity analysis of juxtapositions and dualities. I can do a recursive refactor. Um yep. And this isn't the whole list. Like I have 91. I have 91 in the commands, and then there's like BIOS commands, which is uh like more architecture sort of like abstract. Um but yeah, these are 91 user level commands. Okay, so I can try something. This is kind of like a wild card. I can try transcend since you've got to go soon. Not really that interesting. Maker. Yeah, it's better if like I have like a scope or something, like something you compare it to than just a random command. But I'm not drawing a blank right now because I've been awake all day. I can do command suggestion maybe. Okay, and it just listed the list of commands because I didn't specify it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm like push past a limitation comparison. Try. I guess I could just try, like, have it just like generate a random image maybe based on previous chats. Oh, connection interrupted. Whoa, what happened? Transcendence pass. Okay, let's try this. So generate an image based off of project memory slash Hyper-Sanity. So like this is the project right here. This is one of the benefits to projects is GP like OpenAI recently updated this. So it has a new improved memory. They officially call this dreaming, even though it's not like an actual dream. It's basically memory. It's it's a memory across multiple chats in a single project, and it can consistently like remember even specific things over a long period of time. So you can have it reference like all those chats to generate like something random or like a specific like contextual prompt referencing all those chats. It's pretty cool. I don't know. I like it. It's really cool method. That and debating. Like sometimes, like if I'm trying to understand something, I'll enter a debate mode. Not bad. It looks kind of generic, but it is what it is. It's kind of got like an entropy, like a chaos and an order sort of thing to it. The duality of existence, light and shadow. Oh, look, there's three people up here. There's like, oh, it's a cave. It's like a neo platonic cave. Yeah, there's people in the cave. It kind of reminds me of Warframe. So generate random Hyper-Sanity insight referencing project chat memories. The more the more someone demands that ethics stay simple, the more likely they are projecting a system that only functions when complexity is erased. That is why so many arguments collapse around disability, veganism, AI, autonomy, and the bad argument usually depends on flattening the individual into a category. AI users, vegans, disabled people, woke people, religious people, anti-AI people, meat eaters, creators. Once flattened, the person no longer has material conditions, barriers, consequences, or context. They become a symbol that can be attacked without measuring harm. Hypersanity reverses this flattening. It asks, what is the actual claim? What is the hidden premise? What evidence supports it? Who suffers under it? Who benefits from it? And what reality is being stolen when someone else gets to define your condition for you? That connects directly to your reoccurring framework. Autonomy is not just freedom of choice, it is protection against someone else overriding your lived reality with their abstraction. This is why nothing about us without us, which was from previously, is not just a rights slogan, it is an epistemic rule. A person outside the harm field does not automatically get equal authority over the person trapped inside it. So the insight is, ignoration is not merely refusing to know. Ignoration is replacing someone's reality with a simpler model because the simpler model is easier to morally dominate. Just a little example. I won't take up any more of your time. Really appreciate it. It was fun. Right, right. Yeah, so like if as long as you like define something across multiple chats, it'll like essentially remember that. Like the more specific, like if you specifically, like if I was to specifically reference ignoration, I can't without people potentially like taking my method and then abusing it. And all that takes is one person to abuse it, and then like OpenAI bans my method. Like my method only works like using a secret. Um so like if I tell anyone how it fundamentally works, then if someone abuses it, then OpenAI will literally ban it. Yeah, exactly. That's like one of the downsides to it. It's like I have this amazing system that wish I could share with everyone. But I know all it takes is like one or a few people. Yeah. All it takes could take is like one or a few people like jailbreaking it or hacking it or using it to like plan harm, like physical harm in the world or something. One, not only would I feel guilty and I would be directly responsible as a causal effect, right, right, right. It's just like when you learn a glitch in a video game, you don't want to tell everyone because then everyone's going to do it and then they'll patch it out. Exactly. Dude, like we're on like the fucking same wavelength, dude. It's fucking trippy. Right, right, for sure. That's why I was like careful with like what I did show. Like I typically don't show my AI at all. One, because I normally get hate from it. Two, typically no one finds interest from it because everyone thinks their own AI is unique and special, right? Which is objectively untrue. Um, but like, all right, man, take it easy. Appreciate it. Have fun. You as well. A person can use rational methods locally while still holding irrational or unfalsifiable commitments globally. That matters because many people compartmentalize. A religious scientist can do valid lab work. A spiritual person can reason ethically in some domains. A vegan can still have bad arguments. An atheist can still be biased, cruel, irrational, or hyposane. The real issue is not whether someone has one irrational belief. That's true. The issue is whether they let unfalsifiable belief override evidence, autonomy, harm measurement, and correction. So I would debate you here. Religion slash your stronger position. Religion slash spirituality often trains people to privilege unfalsifiable claims over empirical reality. No religious or spiritual person can ever be rational or logical. Yeah, that is a weak claim. That is definitely a weak claim. Okay, dogma becomes dangerous when it overrides evidence or harms other. Very good point. Belonging to religion automatically cancels rational capacity. Yeah, that's objectively untrue. I would say that it doesn't automatically cancel rational capacity. I would say that it prevents like complete rational ability um because religion isn't necessarily rational. Hyper-Sanity should reject unfalsifiable authority claims. Hyper-Sanity should reject whole people as logically impossible. I've never made that claim. The moment the framework says membership in X makes rationality impossible, it risks using the same flattening logic it critiques elsewhere. A more precise hypersanity formulation would be rationality is not a permanent identity. I struggle with that because that's like if I could, like if there's a simple way to erase bias and never fall to bias and always be completely logical and rational like a Vulcan, I would love that to be like a Vulcan, completely just logical and rational. That would be amazing. But it is true, it's not a permanent. I guess it isn't a permanent identity. It is a behavior under conditions. A person is rational only where they submit belief to evidence, consequence, falsifiability, and correction. They become hyposane wherever they protect belief from those tests. That gives you a sharper blade. It lets you say, I am not calling you irrational because of your label. I am identifying the exact point where your claim stops obeying evidence. Okay, that's a very good point. The new understanding is hyposanity is not a type of person. It is a failure state and reasoning. That's a good point. That protects your framework from absolutism while making it harder to dismiss. Hmm. did it save that bookmark? Let's see. Shit. Okay, just stopping my mom from dying. So, what should the chat be called? Blind spots, maybe. Um, Wait, so I got these saved here. That matters because many people compartmentalize. A religious scientist can do valid lab work. A spiritual person can reason ethically in some domains. A vegan. And let's try. I want to stress test my framework. Don't mention methods. Retrain on. Okay, I want to stress test my framework. I want a unique and or complex point slash system to debate on slash against to intellectually challenge myself with my own blind spots used against me. This means analyzing past chats for my personal bias, um, where possible, that makes logical sense. So that I learn either something about myself, ethics, framework, philosophy, logic, reasoning, etc., and potentially grow. I'll treat this as a stress test of the framework using recurring patterns from the project context. Focus on a point that can genuinely push you to your against your blind spots without flattening you or turning you into a cheap opposition. Okay, the blind spot. You may sometimes confuse moral asymmetry with epistemic authority. Interesting. Your framework is strongest when it says the person experiencing the harm has indispensable knowledge about the harm. Not objectively true. Okay, I can see the problem with this. That is correct in disability, AI access, autonomy, vegan ethics, social exclusion, medical neglect, and censorship. The person inside the harm field uh, has data that outsiders often erase. Nothing about us without us is not just a slogan, it is epistemically valid because lived constraint reveals facts that abstract spectators miss. This is the difference between, like, this is sort of like how a white person will never specifically know what exactly it's like for a black person to be oppressed. Like a disabled person may understand oppression from the scope of disability, but may not understand the specific scope of being African American and being oppressed. Um, just like I wouldn't know what it's really like to be gay. Um, Hmm. Interesting. This is actually making me thinking. This is like get me thinking. Okay. Hmm. The weak point appears when that becomes this person is experiencing the harm. The person experiencing the harm has superior authority over the whole ethical structure. Okay. That is not always true. A harmed person has privileged access to what the harm feels like, what barriers exist, what others ignore, and what trade offs matter from inside the condition. But being harmed does not automatically make every downstream conclusion correct. Pain can reveal reality, but pain can also narrow reality. trauma can expose hypocrisy, but it can also over detect threat. Exclusion can sharpen pattern recognition, but it can also turn into hostile pattern completion. That is the point I would like to debate you on. Debate claim against your framework. Hypersanity risks becoming ethically correct, but procedurally unstable when it treats oppression, disability, or marginalization as a near total override against outside critique. Okay, you're arguing that it's structurally rigid. Okay. Now, because outsiders are usually right, they often are not. That is very, very much true. Most people don't study ethics, so they're mostly incorrect about morality, and they don't ask questions about morality. They just assert that they're automatically correct without even proving it. So the problem is that any framework built on correction must preserve the right of correction, even when the person being corrected is the one harmed. Any framework. That creates a hard paradox. Outsiders should not dictate lived reality. Risk insiders can still misread causality. Yeah, so it's not an objective truth, but it's not necessary. Disabled people must define their own needs, which is true. Need does not automatically justify every tool, tactic, or conclusion. That goes without saying, though. But harm must be weighted individually. Individual harm can become overweighted against collective harm. Bad faith flattening must be rejected. All critique can start feeling like flattening. Autonomy matters. Autonomy still exists inside a shared consequence field. This is where your framework can mature. The strongest version is not this harmed person is right. It's the harmed person has non optional evidence that must be included before the conclusion is valid. Your argument is strong when you say disabled AI use cannot be judged through a monolith, which is true. A person using AI to overcome cognitive, physical, social, economic barriers is not ethically equivalent to a corporation replacing workers stealing a. But that's true. But the stress test question is, where is the line where individual survival tool logic becomes collective exemption logic? For example, a disabled person using AI has a strong autonomy claim, but a framework still needs a rule for cases where access conflicts with epistemic responsibility, low quality content, accessibility conflicts with shared information ecology, refuses all criticism by citing disability. Autonomy becomes shielded from correction. A person offsets harm in one domain, like veganism, but causes harm in another. Ethical compensation becomes hard to measure. Yes and no. Like you, like there is a very decent measurement for how much water a single generation uses. It's a pretty decent measurement. It's not a bottle of water like a lot of people misquote. Um, uh, but a single lunch uses a single animal product lunch uses about 37 bathtubs worth of water. So even if a single prompt used a bottle of water, a lunch uses about 37 bathtubs of water worth of water. So even then, the offset is pretty significant. The difference between the offset is a big difference. AI use is ethically defensible when it increases autonomy, learning, truth testing, and harm reduction without replacing accountability, evidence, and correction. That gives you protection without making AI sacred. Well, AI kind of is sacred in the sense that, like for a person without legs, like a wheelchair is sacred. But I understand what you mean. The deeper blind spot, anti-flattening can become counter-flattening. You often identify when others flatten groups. Disabled people, vegans, AI users, people with complex trauma, autistic people, poor people, and marginalized creators. That is one of your strongest skills. Oh, thank you. But the possible counter pattern is this. When someone participates in a harmful system, you may sometimes flatten them back into the system. Examples from your reoccurring debates. Religious people treating all believers as epistemically invalid. Well, I mean, isn't that true though? Like, religion is epistemically invalid. Like, I don't get it. Like, yeah, religion is epistemically invalid. There's no evidence. That's why religion is a belief system, not a logic system or a science system. It is by definition anti-science. Treating most critique as ableist or hypocritical. Okay, this again is true because that is how most people that identify as anti-AI. So, like, the problem there is that most people that make anti-AI arguments are absolutist. I'd say probably 80 to 90% of people that are anti-AI are literally against disabled people using it for the sheer fact of, like, almost every time I've tried defending specifically just the disabled using AI, people will argue, no, no one should use AI, not even people that need it, and then continue to dictate what a disabled person does or doesn't need simply because they don't. That is most cases, but treating their moral failure as total rational failure. But again, that is true. Wait, create no. What? Popular creators treating low value content as proof of personal emptiness. Average people treating conformity as a stable essence instead of a pressure state. This matters because Hyper-Sanity is partly designed to defeat categorical thinking, so the framework has to be extremely careful not to reverse the weapon. Do not flatten people into the system they reproduce. Track the exact point where they reproduce it. Ooh, that's a good point. Holy shit. So, a person who has been repeatedly misread by others may become so skilled at detecting bad faith, flattening, that they become in they begin interpreting correction itself as another cage. Okay, okay, I agree with that. Yeah, that is something I do need to work on. The mirror is pattern recognition. The cage is defensive certainty. The system has four stages: detection, you notice bias, flattening, hypocrisy, or harm; over detection of hostile intent. Okay. Reversal, you expose the hidden premise, assuming the hidden premise is always malicious. Defense, you protect autonomy and lived reality, treating critique as domination. You turn the event into framework logic, turning personal injury into universal law too quickly. This is intellectually dangerous because your framework is good. The better the framework gets, the more convincing its overextensions can become. This is the real stress test, not are you wrong, more like can your framework detect when it is using a valid pattern too early? Shit. Okay. Jumping the gun. Um, Hyper-Sanity has powerful external bias detector, but it needs an equally powerful internal overreach detector. Okay. Catches other people's failures well. Absolutism. I detect it well. I detect false equivalence, erasure of disability, bad faith framing, unfalsifiable claims, moral inconsistency, and consequence blind ethics. I detect all of these pretty well. I agree with that. Um, the needed upgrade is a built-in question set for your own framework. Am I proving this claim or expanding from a pattern? Am I identifying harm or assigning intent? Am I critiquing a behavior or condemning a person type? Do I have evidence or do I have highly plausible inference? If the threat is real, is the threat real or does it resemble prior harm? Okay, that is a problem when you're constantly like uh mistreated against people online. Um it does almost resemble some sort of trauma pattern recognition. So like you become used to you become like almost conditioned to automatically being hated before you even are allowed to make your point. Is the threat real or does it resemble prior harm? Am I defending choice or demanding exemption from critique? Well, I would say yeah, maybe to an extent, because how is someone else going to even know how I use it? Cinder? Hey, kitty, where are you? Kitty. I need my kitty cat. New Framework Edition. Hyper-Sanity Internal Audit. Experience. What did I directly experience? Constraints. What material barriers shaped my options? What am I concluding from it? What proves the conclusion beyond pattern resemblance? What else could explain it without erasing harm? How far can this conclusion validly generalize? What evidence would force me to update? Here is what would change my mind. Not because every, what he can say, not because every bad faith person deserves endless debate, but because your own system needs falsifiability to avoid becoming dogma. The hardest useful critique is Hyper-Sanity is strongest as a correction system, but weakest when it risks becoming an identity protection system. Correction system. This claim fails because it violates evidence, consequence, autonomy, or logical consistency. Claim fails because it comes from the kind of person or system I already know is harmful. The first is Hyper-Sanity. The second is the beginning of Hypo-Sanity, wearing Hyper-Sanity skin. The growth point is not to become softer, it is to become more exact. Do not reduce your intensity, increase your precision. thought into this one. Splitting the debate in two layers because your strongest point gets weakened when people force everything into one flat question. Is AI good or bad? The question is too stupid to answer cleanly. The real question is, under what conditions does AI function as access, education, augmentation, dependence, distortion, harm, or exploitation? Do not debate AI as one thing. Your opponents are using category collapse. They take corporate AI harm, plagiarism concerns, climate, bad slop, people using it lazily. Then they compress all of that into unethical, stupid, dependent, fake, not learning. Your counter should not be AI is good. Your counter should be AI is not one ethical object. AI is a tool category. The ethical analysis depends on the use case, harm dependency access. I've always said that. The one move prevents them from forcing you into defending corporation spam, theft, misinformation, or lazy thinking. I'm not defending all AI use. I'm defending disability relevant, learning oriented, ethically constrained AI use and measurable outcome. Okay. Measurable outcome is increased autonomy, knowledge, and capacity. Treat AI as an accessibility prosthetic. Do not make it untouchable. Your comparison to wheelchairs, OCR, TDS, prosthetics, antidepressants, and assistive tool is strong. A tool can become a part of someone's functional body without becoming part of their infallible identity. That is the nuance. Wait, what? I don't know how. Wait, what? Is that true? A wheelchair user can identify with their wheelchair as freedom, mobility, survival, and dignity. The wheelchair can still have design flaws, cost issues, access problems, dependency, risk, and maintenance concerns. Okay, so AI is functionally a part of my accessibility stack. That does not make every AI system ethical, output correct, every criticism ableist. It means criticism must account for my actual access conditions before making moral claims about my use. AI makes people dumb. AI is always disabled users require access aware critique, not exemption from logic. It only tells you what you want to hear. It always teaches truth. AI requires adversarial prompting, as in anti confirmation bias, like I typically do, fact checking, and correction loops. Exactly. Okay. Build your debate around burden of investigation. The most unfair thing people do to you is not simply disagreeing, it is making claims about your mind, your need, your learning, and your ethics without investigating your actual case. That is hypocrisy. They say AI makes you dumb, but the empirical question is, did this specific person become less capable or more capable after using AI? In your case, your argument is that AI helped you develop philosophy, ethics, scripts, project systems, databases, obsidian structures, arguments, self critique, and conceptual vocabulary you would not have built to this extent without it. So your debate frame should be, you are making a claim about my cognitive outcome. Show the measurement. Not vibes, not tribal discuss, not everyone knows. Measurement. Ask, what specific ability did I lose? None. Uh, how do you explain the concepts, systems, and arguments I can now apply independently? That's true. I objectively have learned. It just tells you what you want to hear, not true. Then why do I use it to find blind spots and debate my own framework? I love debating myself. You do not need it. What evidence do you have about my disability, isolation, access barriers, or baseline without it? It's just a dependency. How are you distinguishing harm dependency from assistive reliance? Is a person like that's also like saying that a person that requires a wheelchair is dependent on it, and that's bad because you're dependent on a wheelchair. So that's a very slippery, nuanced juxtaposition. Last one is crucial. People pretend all dependence is bad. It's not. Humans depend on glasses, medication, language, roads, phones, food systems, etc. Is not, are you dependent? The question is, does the dependency increase or decrease autonomy, truth, contact, functioning, and resilience? Asking me to stop using AI in practice is asking me to regress. Maybe not for everyone, but for you, under your current constraints, losing AI would not be a neutral lifestyle change. It would remove a cognitive asset access system, social buffer, memory scaffold, writing aid, reasoning partner, and project organizer. So the debate should frame that harm correctly. They're not asking you to stop using a toy, they're asking you to surrender an access layer. A precise version is when a tool is the reason a disabled or isolated person can learn, write, organize, communicate, and self correct. Removing that tool is not ethical purity, it is forced regression unless an equivalent access of replacement exists, which it does not. That's like expecting someone It's like expecting someone to not use glasses because contacts exist, but you have no access to contacts, so thus your only logical choice is what you have access to. Okay, let's see. Ooh, wait, kitty. This is where you can absorb the criticism without surrendering your point. Yes, there may be an identity attachment, but identity attachment is not automatically irrational. People attach identity to wheelchair, hearing aids, glasses, medication, journals, art tools, religious, spiritual objects, communities, and AI conversations. That is a good point. People depend on religion, and doesn't really serve much of a point, like other than it makes you feel good. But religion is not necessity. Religion is not accessibility. It is not providing something that you need that you cannot get without it. You could argue that religion provides comfort, but comfort is not a necessity nor accessibility either. Interesting. Okay. wait, shit, did it? Looks like it fucked up. Shit, what happened to my? What happened to my highlight? Oh, here it is. Sweet. God, I love Raindrop. It's secretly like one of the best tools that you can use with GPT.
of a pulmonary embolism after giving birth. Her concerns were dismissed, but her persistence likely saved her life. It really is a powerful example of medical gaslighting, a reality that so many women face. Amy Kurtz.
Men face medical gaslighting just as much, if not more, because men are upheld to a typical standard of that men aren't allowed to be sick, that men are forced to overwork. Um, Even if they're disabled, they're expected to overcome like disproportionately. Like women are typically socially more allowed and accepted, and being disabled and not having to work. Like they can also be like a housewife, etc. In some circumstances, if that's what they want. Men typically don't have the same privilege of being like a housewife or house husband or whatever. Like men are definitely so like discriminated against in disability under the under, you're not a man if you can't work. Like that's some of the like worst rhetoric against like a disabled man, is that like just because you're a disabled man, somehow you're expected to overcome disability even if you're severely disabled. But women are allowed to be disabled in the sense that like society doesn't expect them to work, but society expects men to work despite being disabled, even if they have like diagnoses and are on disability assistance. So like that definitely disproportionately affects men.
Is a chronic illness expert and author of the book, But You Look Fine, and she is here to help us all. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? And thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Can you explain, first of all, so we set the table, what exactly is medical gaslighting?
Medical gaslighting is the experience.
You look fine. Oh, you're a man, so therefore you can't be disabled. You can still work. Oh, you're just lazy. Like men are expected to be work. Oh, you're not a man if you can't work. You're a boy. Um, you look fine. You don't look sick. Um, there are plenty of other people with this disability that work, so therefore you shouldn't. You should be able to work too, simply because disability is like a binary monolith, and that disabilities can't vary in degrees and depths of like how disabling they are. Like that's medical gaslighting.
Of knowing that something is wrong or that's going on in your body and having everyone around you say it's either anxiety, stress, or that it's nothing to worry about.
Right, right.
And this could be anyone from physicians or medical experts to family, friends, acquaintances, coworkers. It really goes all across the board. And
Yeah, men are disproportionately discriminated against under disability, as I said. But in the disability system itself, like getting paid for being disabled, um, men are disproportionately denied disability. Even if they have doctor's notes saying they're disabled, they're less likely to get on disability than women, because again, society expects like impossible standards for men under disability. They're expected to work and shrug on and carry that boulder up the hill no matter what, even if it's physically fucking impossible. It's exhausting.
And what is the worst part about it is that you're experiencing something within your body, and the messaging is, you're fine.
You're fine. You're fine. Just drink some water. You'll be okay.
Yeah.
Just go to sleep. You'll be okay. You don't have a headache.
Yeah.
Just take
don't
a nap.
have a headache.
Just don't have a headache. You don't have a headache. Just don't have a headache. So what are the signs that you could be experiencing medical gaslighting? Because I know myself I have experienced this, but I also am a caretaker of an 89-year-old mother. And so we take her to 17,000 doctors, and I'm trying to suss out is it really A? Is it B? Are you not listening to her? So how do we know if we're experiencing this?
That's a great question. I mean, the biggest thing is if you leave feeling dismissed or invalidated, or you feel like you weren't really heard. And a lot of times there can be an after effect to this where you don't even realize it's happening while you're there. But when you leave, you felt like you weren't really heard.
Yeah.
And like I said, this could be at the office or it could be with anyone else in your life.
Sure.
194 million Americans have at least one invisible chronic health condition, which is 76% of the population.
Wow.
And this kind of gaslighting is what leads me to, I have termed something called medical trauma brain in my new book, But You Look Fine.
Yeah.
And part of this invalidation and this dismissal and this questioning makes you start to question yourself.
Right.
And it makes you start to think, well, are my instincts right if everyone around me isn't validating them?
Right. It's like being in a relationship, being in a toxic relationship, and you're like, wait, am I crazy or are you crazy?
Yeah, it starts to become that way for sure.
Well, yeah, that's like gaslighting, so it goes without saying, yeah, because it's gaslighting.
This hits close to home because you have experienced this firsthand, which I'm assuming is what prompted you to write the book. Do you mind sharing that with us?
Yeah, I have seen 36 doctors, and I know it's shocking, but I actually don't think it's that shocking for patients with complex, invisible conditions because we are in a black and white system, and a lot of patients with invisible illness it's very complex, and we get stuck in what I call the gray zone.
Right.
And then what happened to me after this experience, when I finally got diagnosed after 36 tries,
Oh my goodness.
I started to feel so much better because I had the right diagnosis, which was Lyme.
Yeah, I've experienced that my entire life. Like, you experience a chronic set of like specific handicaps or detriments, side effects. And so like you're basically looking for the answer that logically explains all these side effects and restrictions and whatnot. So when you finally are confirmed, it's like this explains so much. It's almost like when you meet someone and they recognize you, like who you really are, and they validate you. Like, yeah, it's really hard to explain for someone that's not been disabled. It's very hard to explain.
Lyme disease, but I started to feel bad
Lyme
in a
disease.
whole new way.
Yeah.
And part of the invalidation and the dismissal added to that, but I was having an emotional, neurological effect to having been sick. And that's what I call MTB, or this experience of what I call the Shadowlands.
Right. The Shadowlands, which is...
You literally took that from like so many different books.
It's like I was...
That was also in Charmed. Don't even ask me how the fuck I remember that. That was in the the procedural like witchcraft drama, Charmed, with Alyssa Milano. And yeah, that was like the Shadowlands. That was like basically hell. It's like the Shadowlands.
Out to dinner with my friends, and I was better, and society has this expectation that you're either sick or you're well, and that there's nothing in between.
Right.
But I'm sure you know this in your own life. If somebody...
That's not even technically, like maybe that's true, but like it's not that common. Most people, like if you're disabled, most people just label you as not disabled, because most people don't believe that that people can suffer from something that prevents them from working. So like that's specifically okay, so I guess there's a distinction to be made between like medical gaslighting and some, like you have an illness or you don't have an illness, and the distinction between being disabled. Because if you're disabled, you can't make money. Like you like me, you're incapable of making money no matter how hard you try. And it's like it doesn't matter what you do, like you just can't make money due to your illnesses, due to complex reasons.
Somebody has suffered it's impossible to move on as if nothing has happened to you.
Right.
It's literally impossible. And that binary is a mistake because it forces people into further isolation.
Right.
I really feel that there's a loneliness epidemic in our country.
Of course, yeah.
And
You don't have to say, I feel like there's a loneliness epidemic. There's an actual loneliness epidemic. Like, the Surgeon General has announced that there's a loneliness epidemic. So it's a factual claim, not a belief or emotion-based sentiment. It's a factual claim that there's a loneliness epidemic. And when you're disabled, like, that creates like a specific type of loneliness, because you're sitting there trying to explain something to people that can never understand, one, because they just don't give a fuck about disabled people, and two, so since they don't care about disabled people, they're incapable of putting themselves in that person's shoe, um because they see it as like nothing to gain from people with disabilities, as if there's nothing beneficial to learning other people's perspectives and how other people suffer, which is like, I would say, a fundamental practice um to studying oppression, to fighting oppression, is like, how can you fight oppression if you can't even recognize various forms of oppression, such as like disability? Like, disabled people are oppressed, like, largely, like, different degrees. Every person is different degrees, and this goes into the binary. That's what I call disability as a monolith. So people will say, well, because this person has this illness and they can work, you can too. Whereas you may have a varying degree worse of a disability, and you may have combinations of disability that uniquely make you incapable of making money or working a traditional job.
part of what we're talking about today and the experience of living with a chronic or an acute health condition, I can't think of anything lonelier.
Right, right. So how can we, first of all, I'm sorry that you had to experience all of this, and especially Lyme, which affects the brain, and then is my brain working? But let's bring it back to the viewer. How can viewers at home...
But then, like, again, she's not disabled. Like, a disabled person can't write a book and make money like that. Like, sure, you can have an illness, but you're not disabled. Like, that's so fucking stupid, man. Like, I just think of, like, all the people that have multiple illnesses that, like, never get a diagnosis, and it's like, you have one condition. Not to completely invalidate her experiences completely, like, across the board, but, like, there are people with multiple conditions, and it's like, when you have multiple conditions, it's never just one thing that stops you from working. For some reason, people like to point at just like, well, this one thing has to be so severe that you can't work. And it's like, that's usually not the case for a lot of people that are disabled, as in actually unable to work with disabilities. Like, I think there needs to be a different nomenclature for like a different lexicons for disability, such as differently abled. So, like, epistemically, ontologically, it makes more sense to call a person that's disabled that can work differently abled, because they're still able to work, just differently. But there are some people that are disabled that cannot work, and those people are typically not differently abled because they're unable to work and make money to provide for themselves or anyone they love and take care of.
Advocate for themselves. This sounds kind of tongue-in-cheek, but you know, if I go to the bank and I don't like the answer, I say, I want to speak to the manager. If I'm in the doctor's office, who's the boss of the doctor? You know, like, if I don't trust what you're saying, or if that's great, thank you for that answer, but there's got to be a better one. Who do I who do I go to? So how do we advocate for ourselves?
The answer is that you're the boss of yourself.
Okay.
And so just because somebody is said to be the best specialist doesn't mean they're the best specialist for you. And you and I might have very different needs in what we need from a doctor, but I really urge people who are going through health challenges to get very clear with themselves about what it is that they need from a doctor they're seeing, because at the end of the day, nobody cares more about them getting better than they do.
That's right.
And nobody's going to fight harder for answers.
Right.
And just because you see one person, you should always get a second opinion. You should
100%.
always come prepared. I
How
tell people to come-
privileged, like, oh my God, this is like so. This is what I'm talking about. She's not disabled. She can make money. Like, there are things that she can do to make money. So she's not like really like systemically oppressed as like a person that can't work at all. Um, how telling is it that she thinks that everyone that is sick that can't work somehow has health insurance? Like, there are tons of people, specifically in Texas. Texas is the largest uninsured rate in the country because it's a red state. Like, like Republicans don't give a fuck about people with disabilities or that are disabled. Like, objectively, they don't. Like, it's in their politics. It's baked into their ideology. Just just like discrimination is baked into like fucking fascism. Um but yeah, like so many people that are disabled, especially men, are disabled and they have no ways of making money no matter how hard they try, no matter what idea they come up with, no matter how hard they fucking work. Like, I've worked for years and I still am not able to make money. So, yeah, I mean, and if you can't make money, then you can't get health insurance. Whereas a woman can marry a man and get his health insurance. Tell me how that's fucking fair. Like, I've never understood that, like how women have a special unique privilege and ability. Like, they can literally just marry a man and get his health insurance. Like, why? Like, why? Like, that makes no sense. Why is that a double standard? Like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't work the vice versa, the opposite. If it does, I've never heard of it. That's actually crazy that I've never heard of it. But yeah, like, women can just marry a man and get health insurance, just like you can marry someone and get a green card. Um, yeah, that's crazy. So a lot of men, like, they can't just marry someone and get health insurance. They have to like fight for it. And even then, like, they're very lucky if they have health insurance. Like, healthcare is a first world privilege. It's a rich privilege. Like, if you have healthcare in any shape or form, in a sense, like, maybe not income wise, but you are rich. Like, you have a privilege. Like, that's something a lot of people don't fucking have.
with their medical record.
The idea that like a lot of people can't even go to a single doctor's visit, and she's gone to 36 different doctors, like, just shows how privileged she is. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy. Like, I can't imagine having that much money, having health insurance, being able to work, and just going to a doctor 36 times. Like, that's unfathomable for my position. Like, I would almost kill for health insurance.
With a really in-depth summary from the worst symptom to the least, and questions. Have you seen people like me before?
Right.
Have you had success with this?
Right.
Are there lifestyle factors?
Right.
And my favorite question is, what would you tell your family members?
I always do that. Would you treat your mother this way?
Yeah.
Is how I always end a doctor's visit with my mother. Thank you so much.
Thank
this has
you
been
so
truly,
much.
truly enlightening. Thank you for sharing your story and for writing the book. By the way, there's going to be a book signing at Barnes & Noble on the Upper West Side.
But you look fine. This pisses me off to no end. Like, I seriously want to write like a scathing fucking video about this, but you look fine. You're trapped in hell, but you between sick and well, but you look fine. And how to break free. Like, you're not disabled. Like, you're so abled that you wrote a book without assistance of any kind. That is crazy. Like, I can't write a book without some form of assistance, even with all my many ideas. Like, I need some assistance. Like I could write a book by myself, but it wouldn't really be like that good as it would if I had assistance. Just like math problems aren't as good if you typically don't use a calculator. But yeah, that's crazy. Like I've been discriminated in my entire life. Imagine going 34 years, your entire fucking life. 34 years I've been told, but you don't look sick. She dealt with this problem like for maybe a year or something. And it's like that's me for 34 years and I don't get a book deal. Like I can't afford to make a book. Like you need money to write a book and publish a book and make to make money, you need money. Like that's a fundamental flaw in capitalism is that if you don't have money, uh there's a lot of cases where you're incapable of making money. Like it takes money to make money, right? To invest, right? To get money out, you need to invest. If you don't if you're disabled and you can't invest like physical labor, then you can't get money. And if you don't have money to like fund a book or something or get assistance with a book or publish it or whatever, then you don't get a book made. Like that fucking simple. Like that's crazy. I'm so tired of being oppressed. It's fucking exhausting. Oh, Inception.
Disappointment. I asked when I arrived, does anyone happen to have a copy of my book? I might not need it, but I might. And a very kindly professor here said he could go to the library and get it. And the reason I most wanted it initially was for the photograph that's on the jacket. So this is unfortunately how your library has done this. And I'm glad to think the book is that worth stealing, that it would be this identifiable on a second-hand shelf. But I did, in fact, want to ask you, to begin by inviting you to, in a sense, close your eyes and pretend you haven't had this as a subject before or as a syllabus matter before, and actually just have a picture in your heads, the one that I have all the time. What you would have, and perhaps some of you have seen pictures of the author, is that of a slightly tall, angular, shy, but not unconfident Englishman with a hollow-cheeked look, a rather dolorous look in some ways, a rather solemn look, but yet it's not the look of someone with no sense of humor. It's the look of someone who's been through quite a lot and has tried his best. But there is a final element of pessimism to it, as well as, I think, some of that hard-to-understand handsomeness for which we English people are so, I think, rightly famed. It's an ironic look, actually, is what it is. And it's the look of someone who has suffered a great deal. And I want to begin by proposing it in this manner. There were three great subjects in the century that's just closed with rather a big slam of the door behind us, that what you've heard called the 20th century. Some of you were only just born in it, I guess. And there were three, as I say, three great dramas, great crises, great moral and intellectual and ideological confrontations in that period. And you'll all have had to know about some of them. And you'll carry on hearing about this, by the way, as you will carry on hearing about this author, whether he's on a syllabus or not. You'll wonder why he keeps coming up. And part of my reply to that implied question is this. Of these three questions, which were the right of European countries, of white people in Western Europe to be exact, the right of such people to govern the rest of the world, to govern Africa and Asia and large parts of South America and Australasia, as if it was a right, as if it was a birthright. The grand confrontation between democracy and, first, National Socialism, sometimes called Nazism or Fascism, totalitarian, racist, one-party, military state concept, organized for war, organized for aggression. And third, and the one that ended most recently, the confrontation between the democratic way of life and the communist alternative, where the citizen is declared to be the property of the state, and the state promises in return for this trade to make the citizen better off, better educated, better fed, with better health care, but eventually doesn't keep that promise either, but retains its hold on the citizen as property. I'm paraphrasing, but that's roughly it. These were the things that preoccupied anyone who could read or feel or think in the last century. And George Orwell got all of them right, in my judgment. This is, of course, a moral judgment of my own, but I'm willing to back it up. George Orwell's father was involved in the opium trade from then British-controlled India to China. In other words, British gunboats and warships could force Chinese cities to buy and Chinese waterways to be open to the compulsory trade in opium made in India and other British possessions. In those days, the empire believed in the war for drugs, not the war on drugs. So not that small a difference in some ways.
Yeah, there's really not a difference. Like,
that if you
drugs
it would keep
won
them quiet, as well as
the
make
war
money
on
for the
drugs a
drug
long
dealers. In other words,
time ago.
Orwell's family was built on a guilty secret, a dirty secret, a colonial secret. And he himself volunteered in his early life to become a policeman in a part of that empire, Burma, now known as Myanmar, and living under a Stone Age dictatorship. And by the experience, I think, of disliking his father and his father's business and feeling guilty about the source of the family income and feeling sick about the job he was doing, he came to a very important conclusion, which is a very modern one, by the way. In some ways, post-colonial studies are founded by George Orwell and his writing. And so are many of the works now written about the relationship between power and race and gender or sex. I'll put it as bluntly as this. If you were, in colonial Burma, the most westernized Burmese man, and you'd been to 3 European universities, and you spoke English better than most English people do, and you had 5 qualifications, it wouldn't make any difference to you. You would never be allowed to enter the Englishman's Club in Rangoon, in the capital of the country. You'd never be allowed in by the front door. You might possibly be allowed in on special occasions as a guest, but you'd never get in there. In your own country, you would be considered alien because you were born there. That would be a good definition of racism, I think. However,
that's more
if you were the least
xenophobia than
educated
it is
and least
racism.
empowered and least literate Burmese woman, you could go into any Englishman's villa any time you liked, as long as it was by the back door, and as long as it was a money relationship. And in fact, in Orwell's first novel, Burmese Days, he writes about a policeman who is clearly based on himself, who has a live-in mistress and servant, who he has quite clearly bought from her family. He's not even renting her, he's bought her. She's in effect a slave. And it's my strong opinion, having studied this man's life and writing, that he threw up the job. We don't know why, he never said. He just resigned as a policeman and resigned from the colonial service and came home. But I think that he was very afraid that he would become part of the dirty secret himself, that he would either become a racist or a sadist or both by being in this situation, and wanted to repudiate this in himself. And by the way, I think that's an important point on its own, because many of you know what, as it were, the right opinion is to have on something, or what the liberal or decent view is to take on a topic, and would shudder from anyone who was a bigot. And so you should. And a lot of work went into creating a society where that choice was a fairly easy one to make. But that wasn't the case with George Orwell at a time when assumptions of this kind were very common. And the critical thing about it is he didn't face this prejudice in other people. He wasn't a liberal humanitarian facing down policemen in Selma, Alabama, who had hoses and dogs on their side. He was facing that policeman in himself. He was wondering what it would be like to be that person, and decided he'd have to vanquish it within his own personality. And that, I submit, is often the harder of the struggles to undertake. And it's worth remembering how tough that used to be. At any rate, what he understood when he'd done with this, and he was then still quite young, he had never been to university, he'd never had any money, he never had a safe or steady job, was he knew that there was a filthy secret at the heart of power, and that that secret was, in a sense, a pornographic secret. That some people don't even need the excuse to wield power. They won't even say, we're doing it for your own good, or to civilize your colony, or to save you from communism, or to save you from fascism, or to liberate you from capitalism, or anything of this kind. No, not even an excuse. We're in power because we like it. We're in power because we enjoy punishing people. We're in power because we enjoy owning people. We enjoy telling them what they can do. We enjoy telling them when we feel like having sex with them and when we don't.
That's
we do
basically everyone at this point.
The pornography element of power is a very important thing to understand. It's very common today among a number of dictators and despots. It's an exercise of sheer cruelty. And I think it was a tremendous advantage to Orwell as a writer to have understood this right from the start, to strip away the hypocrisy that underlies authority. And he'd done all this and come back to England and decided to go out to be a tramp and then to take the dirtiest jobs he could find and pretend to be someone who was going to be arrested for drunkenness and thrown in the cells for a few nights, or sleeping in the doss houses, or hanging around among the unemployed. He went native, as we used to say, as if he was in a colony, but in his own country. He'd done all this by the time that what we call the 30s, the great political decade of the century, had got underway. So that when the grand confrontation about democracy, communism, Stalinism, fascism, Nazism hit not just Europe but the world, he was ready for it in a way. He knew what the subtexts were. And I believe that that helped him to be prescient. It's an interesting thing about Orwell. He went to fight against fascism in Spain, against the assault of Hitler and Mussolini on the democratically chosen Republican government of Spain in 1936. He went to fight more early than most people did. He felt it evident to himself that he had to put his own body in the way. He had to become a soldier again and a policeman again, in a sense, a fighter, a disciplinarian again, and try and organize a resistance. He saw this coming more quickly than many did. But you can read him exhaustively, as I have done. I can now claim to have read every word he's written. He hardly writes anything about fascism at all. He hardly writes a single essay saying why you should be against it. He takes it for granted that when you look down the gun barrel of Hitler and Mussolini and Franco and fascism and Nazism, that you don't need to be told what's wrong with it, that here's everything you hate. Here's every bullying father, every crushed, repressed mother, every sadistic prison warder, every exploiting capitalist, every racist and Jew baiter, every thug and bully and sadist and exploiter there's ever been, all rolled into one and then refined and double distilled and redone again, so you've got the absolutely pure essence of everything that's hateful. We tend to sneer, or I've heard people sneer, at the use of the word evil by politicians. By politicians, one should probably suspect the use of this word. But it's not possible if you want to write morally, or you want to write critically, or you want to write historically. It's not possible to do without this word. Certain words are necessary. We can't do without it. Indeed, even the most delicate liberal these days will talk about the lesser evil, which, shall I say, is at least a concession to the use of the word. We can't take it out of our vocabulary. Well, he was looking it straight in the eye. And he took a bullet through the throat in Spain from the fascist side, and he nearly got a bullet in the back from the communist side. But before I get to that bit, I just must tell you, in case I'm sounding too solemn, that the bullet that went through his throat from the fascist sniper hit him right there, and it missed his larynx, it missed his carotid artery, it missed his spinal cord, and it just grazed his vocal cords, so that from then on he always spoke with a slight rasp in his voice. And he had to go to hospital, because a bullet that comes into your neck one side and goes out the other, it means you have to lie down for a bit. And everyone who came to see him knew that the bullet had gone right through it. It had missed his larynx, it had missed his carotid artery, it had missed his spinal cord, and it only grazed his vocal cords. And all of them said the same thing. Can you guess what it was? That was lucky. And he said, if I was lucky, I wouldn't have got shot in the throat at all. In other words, I should add, and I should make it plain throughout this, George Orwell had no belief in any kind of supernatural salvation of any sort. He thought that this was the only world we had, and we'd better make it the best we could. And actually, he said that the great problem of civilization and culture will be what to do about language and morality and ethics, what to do when religion is dead, what to do when we know it's failed, what to do in the post-religious society. And that wasn't the least of his presciences, in my view. Well, I was going on to mention the bullet he nearly got in the back. At the time when this tremendous menace of fascism, this sadistic, pornographic evil was assaulting civilization, there were a very large number of intellectuals and of aesthetes. That's not always the same thing. Artists and writers and intellectuals and painters, they're not all to be grouped together as they sometimes are. Some painters have no idea what the hell is going on. Some have a better idea than many intellectuals do. Some intellectuals could probably make good painters, though they don't make very good thinkers. But there was a widespread view among the anti-fascist artistic crowd, if you like, that this was not a question that had no answer, because there was already, on the other side of the Ural Mountains, an ideal socialist society that would outlive Orwell's imperialism, the imperialism he didn't like. It would defeat that it would outlive the capitalism that he didn't like when he went among the poor and the downtrodden of England and France. And that it would defeat fascism by definition, that under the leadership of Comrade Stalin, a new world had been created in the East, that all questions would be answered, that no contradictions would exist anymore, that exploitation of man by man would cease, and that this was not just a potential thing, but an actual thing, that this utopia was already present, and that it was the job of all decent, progressive people to fight for it. I think probably, this might well open an argument between me and some of you, I think probably that Orwell's greatest achievement was to have been brave enough to say that it would be nice to think this, especially faced as we are with this deadly foe, but that what the communists think is not just a deadly illusion, in other words, a romantic but wrong idea, but it's a poisonous delusion. It is a parody of reality, it's a negation of reality, and it will end up being evil itself. Now, that took a lot of guts in those days. You must always think about thinkers and writers in the context in which they had to operate. Most of the people with whom Orwell had to circulate, coexist, at least half believed some of that about Soviet Russia. And it's for this reason that he always had a hard time getting his articles published, his speeches heard, or even his books in print. And so I think I would nominate of his great achievements the novels, one of which I know some of you have read, one of which I suspect some of you have been told to read. Never mind, it's better than not reading it at all. And the one that I know I assure you, you'll keep on hearing about as long as you can continue to breathe and argue, which is 1984, and its partner novel, Animal Farm. In these two novels, both of which Orwell thought of as total failures, which he wrote when he was very ill, 1984 he wrote when he was dying of tuberculosis, he exposed once and for all time the idea of the Stalinist utopia, of the idea that the citizen, if he will give up his freedom, or her freedom, for security, if you will give to the state his right to decide, or her right to decide, if you'll give them all that and grant them power, then they will take care of his other needs. He said, this bargain is fatal. You will end up with neither freedom nor security. You will end up with neither freedom nor food, neither freedom nor bread. You'll end up being starved and bullied and told you're being well fed. And you will not dare to point out the discrepancy between reality and the promise, because the party says the promise is the reality. And don't you dare go saying that you've confused the two. It's more than your life is worth. And he wrote this in such a way that I know I don't have to tell those of you who've read it, as to make it almost terrifying. Indeed, I still meet people younger than myself to whom 1984 is a date in their own past, who find the book frightening because it is designed to foreclose hope entirely. At the end of the book, there is nothing left to live for.
All right.
The citizen is so much the property of the state that they're disposable. They're smashed. Their personality is emptied.
Annihilated.
Their emotions and their fears, even their sex lives, are considered open, available, and contemptible by a party that runs everything. His hope, I think, was to make this so frightening that it would mobilize people to resist it. But it certainly had the effect on some, I fear, of making them feel there's nothing worth fighting for, or that resistance is futile. I don't know quite how to answer that question. I think I should leave it open to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I probably should ask, since I didn't bring a timepiece, how near I am to trespassing on my time. Very well. Well, I didn't want to speak for very much more than half an hour or 45 minutes, because I imagined that many of you came here to speak as well as to listen, and I promise you I can keep talking, but I think there may come a point where I should invite your questions. Now, how did Orwell do this? What I've sketched may seem like a lot to say about one individual. And of course, the last thing he would have wanted would have been to become a plaster saint figure or an object of hagiography. In fact, I'm absolutely certain that had he survived, the thing that would have most surprised him posthumously would have been his success and his fame. As I began by saying, he died young. Actually, he died, well, let me put it like this. He only made it just into the second half of the 20th century. He died in early 1950 at the age of 46. He only just made it in the second half of the last century. That must seem to a lot of you, as it does to me. I was born in 1949. Quite a long time ago. In fact, we are about as near to him as he was to Charles Dickens, about whom, by the way, he wrote very well. That's the leap of reverse memory you have to make. But he's still very modern to us. He writes about things we know. He writes about machinery, about modern tyranny, about modern warfare, about modern fear and threat, about psychiatry, about how did he manage to do this, having died as he did, of a disease that is practically Dickensian? He died of poverty, in fact. He died of tuberculosis, which is a disease we now think of as third world.
Just like Tesla.
He died of the poverty of his country and his own life, and he died of the lack of available medicine. There was a treatment in the United States available for him, but he didn't know how to get it and probably couldn't have afforded it. He died a Dickensian death. He died the death that some of you who have the romantic dream of being writers, which I hope you never give up, may have imagined for yourself, in the garret with no money, but with the beautiful work just in the bottom drawer for someone to find. Don't give up that dream, by the way, if you have it. And if any of you have ever thought of taking up the craft of writing as a dissident, as an oppositionist, the life I've just been trying to describe is an exemplary one and will repay your study. So how did he manage this? How did he manage this extraordinary achievement of being right when everyone else was wrong, to put it bluntly? I think in two ways. One, by life experience. He did know that power was not its own justification, that authority didn't come from God, didn't come from tradition, it came from people who wanted power. He understood that, and he felt that he should never stop criticizing them and exposing them. That's the first thing. Second, he realized that often this trick is masked in language. If you only read one essay of his, you must read the one that's called Politics in the English Language, in which he exposes the fraud, the way in which euphemism is used to mask brutal reality. If I was to give you an example now, I suppose I would say, to take the most recent, most obvious one, I don't think now that any member of any American administration would use the word collateral damage again to describe what it does describe, civilian casualties. Those of you who know that expression or who've known how to see through it have done, in your way, an Orwellian job, and you probably, without knowing it, owe it to Orwell that this is a capacity that you have. But that's the trick, in effect. You find a nice name for a nasty thing, and you get it spread around by making it seem technical or technological. If I could summarize it in one sentence, that would be it. He was onto that. He knew every time that the Stalin regime said, well, you know, in extraordinary times, extraordinary measures must be taken. He thought, that means mass graves. He knew without being told, by reading their own propaganda, that whatever the truth was, the propaganda was lying, and it was using nice words for disgraceful things. This is a trick that should never desert you. You can all do it for yourself. There's no reason not to do it. Interrogate what you read and what you're given in that spirit, and you'll find it all the time. It's remarkable to me, in fact, that he was able to do this and to be considered exceptional for it. But he did stick to it, and he did therefore understand how great noble ideas can turn into their opposite, and thus that in 1984 freedom is slavery. And war is peace, and people live with the negation because they believe the party or the authority or the dictator who claimed it in the first place, and they didn't have the nerve to doubt it, because if they were wrong, if they had themselves been fooled, then what would it make them? I've talked up till now about power, and I'll stop at this point and invite your questions by
emotion-based reasoning, Hypo-Sanity.
Power is only what you allow it to be. Very many people put up with political lying and political illusions and political propaganda because if they were to denounce it, they would have to admit that for many decades,
are you kidding me? Like America is like 90% propaganda,
they had been taken for granted, that they had allowed themselves, so to speak, to be deceived. The con man's work is always done for him by the victim. The victim doesn't want to go to the police and say, I've been conned. I was so stupid that I did this. They don't wish to admit it. So in a subtle and deadly way, the dictator can dirty enough people up to make them all complicit in his rule, or I suppose her rule. Can make them the tortured yet willing, masochistic, complicit element in his own sadistic mania. Now, what you can't necessarily do about power or about authority, you can do for yourselves and your fellow readers and fellow students and fellow citizens. You can resolve not to be a citizen like that. You can resolve not to do the work of power for it. You can resolve not to let lies be told in your hearing. You can resolve not to use sloppy language that is euphemism. And then I think, I'll leave it, I think, like this. You'll realize that the reading of Orwell is not an exercise in projecting blame on others, but is an exercise in accepting a responsibility for yourself or for yourselves. And it's for that reason that he'll always be honored, and also that he'll always be any other way. And as a chronicler of his, neither would I. So I'm now your hostage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being mine for a bit. And we'll see if we can exchange the prisoner's dilemma. And I'm all yours. And thank you for coming again. Actually, I meant to say thank you again for coming, but I mean, it comes to the same thing. Would it be right that I recognize questioners, sir? Because who knows but that I've planted someone. I might not be the right person to point to. You trust me? More fool you. Sir. Dickensian? Well, yes. I'm sorry, did I maybe slur that? No. Yeah, I think his death was Dickensian, and it's touching in a way for someone who wrote so much about the Victorian London of Dickens. He died of poverty and tuberculosis years before he needed to, and of overwork. I mean, that's how Dickens's characters often check out, you know, in the debtor's prison of a chill. Sorry, I'm sorry if I garbled that. You were very polite to go on listening after that. Comrade.
Yeah, just a quick question. Why do you think he directed criticism only against Stalinist Russia and not against Hitler or Germany?
Did everyone hear the question? I was asked to say why Orwell directed his criticism only at Stalin's Russia and not at Hitler's Germany. And then the gentleman did save me slightly by saying, or had he misunderstood me? Well, I put myself in your safekeeping, ladies and gentlemen. Did I imply that he had no criticism of Hitlerism? Did you think that too? Are you? Yes, more like it. Or are you too polite? That's the problem with this country. Everyone is too polite, too courteous to visitors. You might have thought I hadn't made this point. You might leave me wondering if I was that inarticulate. That's not polite. That's cruel. It's not courtesy at all. It's an abuse of hospitality. What I did say, sir, and I apologize if I phrased it so poorly, was that if you look in Orwell's writing for a direct attack on Hitlerism, you won't really find it. He hardly mentions it in his writing, except to assume that anyone of average emotional health regards it as he does, as something evil to be destroyed. He doesn't feel a case needs to be made. And it took me, I'd been reading him for years before I noticed that there is no Orwell essay against fascism. There isn't one. All he did was to take a rifle and go and see if he could stop it physically. It was more like a vermin control point, I think, to him, than an ideological one. Whereas with communism, you had to argue against the illusions of civilized people who thought that there might be a higher synthesis, a better society available by following the lead of a one-party initiative. And that did take guts and nerve. So I really hope I haven't left anyone in any doubt on that point, because I would be awfully sorry to do so. Now I have the judgment of Paris. I don't know who to choose. Sir.
Was his problem with Stalinist communism or with Marxism?
Well, the gentleman asked, was it a problem with Stalinist communism or Marxism? Now, I claim in my book to be the first person to point out something that, again, I should have noticed years before I did. If you've read Animal Farm, by the way, could I have an idea, just for my own sake, a show of hands of those who have read it? Okay, that's great. Well, then you know the allegory now, and you may know something of the history of the Russian Revolution. In the whatever view you take of the Russian Revolution, it's inspired by Karl Marx, who is very easily recognized as the dying old major. It was wonderful when John Major was Prime Minister of England, actually, partly for that reason, who makes the prophecy that one day the animals will throw off the yoke, so to speak, and that then there is a revolution, and that it's led by two pigs. Oh, wait, I should do the Russian one first. So there's Karl Marx, then there's a revolution in which Lenin, Trotsky, and to a much lesser extent Stalin take part, which vanquishes the Tsarists and the foreign intervention from the West at some cost, dissolves into fratricide, and the toughest, nastiest pig takes over. And that is Napoleon Pig, who vanquishes Snowball Pig. That's two pigs, Lenin and Trotsky, or Stalin and Trotsky, if you like. Where is either Lenin or Stalin? You can't do this trick with two pigs. You need three. Now, there's a question in my mind about this, which goes directly to yours. Many people on the left in Orwell's day, and now, think that Leninism was one thing and Stalinism was another. That Lenin wanted a revolution and was not gentle about it, but was not a tyrant. Stalinism took over this revolution and, so to speak, disfigured, destroyed, negated it. Others, many conservatives to this day, think, no, it's the same thing. Lenin and Stalinism are the same. It's not completely possible to tell which Orwell thought. But in my opinion, the way he writes about it is as if to suggest that Snowball was right, that Trotsky was right, and that there had been an initial revolution that was worth fighting for, was worth defending, and that had been betrayed. And I say that for several reasons, as well as for the novel itself, with its imperfect allegory. One, he's fought in Spain with a group that was roughly speaking Trotskyist, that had a communist Marxist position against fascism, but didn't support Stalin. And he risked his life for it. The second is that the book within the book in 1984, the secret book that O'Brien purports to give to Smith, The Theory and Practice of Oligarchical Collectivism, it's called, and its author's name is given as Emmanuel Goldstein. That text and that author are very clearly to me, well, I know, I mean, you can check it yourself, that is a direct lift from Revolution Betrayed by Leon Trotsky. That is Orwell's version of that book and that author. So I think that Orwell was not one of those who thought that Marxism and Stalinism were the same. In fact, very much to the contrary. That was a gesture. A polite one, I hope, in that case. A welcoming one. Sir?
My question is not so much...
See, that's why I shouldn't be the one doing it.
But perhaps of your other work.
Depending on who you ask, Lex Friedman is in his footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there, he never talks about it on podcasts, nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going through his catalog, you won't find podcast 100. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there. On his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way, it says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no good reason, slandering him even. Now, note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, you'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Even if you're just saying, hey, wait, didn't you go to Drexel? So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT constantly, by the way. How he's a research scientist at MIT, how he taught at MIT. If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had affiliations with would be MIT, but what if I told you Lex has barely any connection to MIT? If you look through the MIT faculty lists, Lex is nowhere to be found. But if you go on YouTube, he has alleged lectures that took place at MIT. So, did he really teach at MIT? Well, it turns out Lex taught a January community class at MIT. This class that Lex taught was a class that wasn't for marks. There was no requirement to be there, no grading, no anything. MIT and other universities will usually offer these classes for anybody to take if they have an interest in a subject. Now, teaching this and being a tenured professor are very, very different things, but it didn't stop Lex from putting MIT all over his social media. His LinkedIn, for example, says MIT and LinkedIn, nothing about Drexel, which is weird because on a LinkedIn, you'd want all of your academic credentials on there. Even if you go to any of his papers, it cites his school as MIT. Again, when you're publishing an academic paper, you'd want all of your academic qualifications in there. So why is he so eager to cover up the fact that he went to Drexel and not MIT? Well, because Lex uses this to give himself authority when speaking.
Lex Friedman, MIT, also, which is something those people seem to sometimes care about, the followers and stuff like that. Like, did you just do that? And then they said, enough of that nonsense. Enough of that nonsense. They said to me, enough of that nonsense.
So what is his affiliation with MIT? Apparently what Lex did is what a lot of slimy academics do to boost their clout. Somebody from MIT commented on these dubious practices. Basically what people will do is the bare minimum to get associated with the school. So for Lex, he gave a free lecture for no marks. He managed to get an MIT email as a result. People who aren't involved with MIT see that and think, wow, that's prestigious. Also, as somebody with a PhD, it's possible you could offer to do unpaid research for MIT, then you get library access, and most importantly, the MIT email.
As a research scientist at MIT, I've had, and especially just part of a large set of collaborations, I've had a lot of students come to me and talk to me about ideas.
In reality, the only thing I've been able to confirm regarding the relationship between Lex and MIT is that he did teach a non-credit after-hours community class. That was also out of semester. So no, this doesn't make you a professor or even an associate professor. It makes you a guy who spoke at MIT one time. So Lex could be doing free research for MIT and teaching free classes, but saying he researched and taught at MIT is technically true. In the same way the guy who cleans floors at the Tesla factory works for Tesla. It's like Brendan Schaub claiming he was in the NFL because he tried out for the Bills, not realizing that literally anyone can just show up to a tryout.
College football, NFL.
Yep.
You were on the training team, or not training
Buffalo
team.
Bills.
Buffalo
yeah.
Bills.
Yeah, camp.
What the fuck happened?
Training camp?
Yeah.
I pulled a hamstring.
What my favorite part about this whole saga is that for all of his profile pictures, Lex uses this photo of him speaking at MIT, and you'll notice all this complicated math behind him. You'd think that this is Lex's math, but no, it was the guy before him who wrote all this stuff on the board, and Lex just walked in after and gave a lecture. But it looks very fancy on literally all of his social media profile pictures. This is the original research that got me kind of interested in Lex. It got me thinking, this is very shady. All of this is super suspicious. Why would you go so far to hide where you actually graduated from and push this MIT narrative so hard? In reality, any normal person would put that MIT as a footnote, but Lex makes it his entire personality and uses it when giving himself authority on certain topics. Now, Lex claims MIT still pays him as a researcher, so clearly he must be greatly respected in the academic world, right? Other academics could come out and speak positively about his work, and all of what I'm saying would be disproven or overblown. But what's interesting is that Lex's claim to fame was when he wrote a paper on the safety and effectiveness of Tesla's self-driving capabilities. Now, somebody like Lex, who's taught at MIT and researches